Tasha Stevens with your Everyday Kids calendar for the upcoming week. A film festival, a fair, and a teddy bear parade are only part of the fun during Children's Week in Gresham. Call 661-5310. Enjoy games, music, and all kinds of apple goodies. It's the Autumn Festival of the Apples at Lincoln Street Preschool, September 21st. Call 288-2497. Try art by the hour at the Children's Museum. Classes are tailored to the age and interest of your group. Make reservations. Call 248-4587. Join the Readers Club. 3rd through 6th graders share book talks and films at the Midland Library on September 21st. Call 252-1164. Look into the future at OMSI. See three-dimensional floating images of laser light at this new and exciting exhibit. Call 228-2828. Everyday Kids Calendar is a public service of Channel 8.
What do you call a 10-year-old who can beat Dad at chess, amaze the neighbors, set a perfect table, and help her brother make the grade?
Did she help you with your homework?
She did it all by herself.
There's only one way to describe a miracle miss like this.
Absolutely amazing.
And there's only one way to find out what the Lawson family is hiding.
Whose little girl is she? Now, her sisters.
You'll just have to watch Small Wonder.
Small Wonder, Sundays at 6:30.
You can say the ballet is my life, so keeping healthy is important to me. When I'm not feeling well and I need medicine, I make sure I get the right information. When I take a non-prescription medicine, I read the label first and follow directions carefully. If it's a prescription, I make sure I understand the doctor's instructions. I have to. My good health and my career begin with me.
8 is enough, Saturdays at 6.
Amazing.
Smurfs will return after these messages.
Sensation of Kellogg's Corn Pop cereal. Golden nuggets of corn popped up sweet and light. A popping great part of this nutritious breakfast.
I gotta get Pop, yeah, I gotta get Pops.
This is Princess Adora, sister of He-Man, and her gentle horse. Each sold separately, you can pretend.
She's lovely as a flower, but she has a secret power. The magic sword in one stroke, and she's got the strength of a tower. She brought Princess of Power. The fate of the world's in the hands of one beautiful girl. Princess of Power.
She-Ra doll Princess of Power comes with everything you see here. Swiftwind horse sold separately, new from Mattel.
We now return to Smurfs. Smurfs will return after these messages.
Presenting the Flying McNuggets! The McDonald's Chicken McNuggets! The barbecue sauce! The action!
My mother always told me I'd go far!
This is a hot act!
It's a good time for the great taste.
You guys always make dipping such a big production.
Voltron, Defender of the Universe. You can pretend that Roby's Scorpius and Roby's Mutilor in their coffins are ready to attack. With wings spread and lights flashing, one AA battery not included, they swoop toward Hunk and Lance in their robotic lions. Coffins, figures, and lions all sold separately. You can pretend that you've joined the battle of good versus evil, and you can decide who'll win in the end. Roby's Coffins of Doom and Coffins of Darkness, Roby's Mutilor and Scorpius, robotic lions and Lance and Hunk, all sold separately from Panache Place.
We now return to Smurfs.
Smurfs will return after these messages.
Welcome to the sun-kissed fun farm, where fun fruits grow on trees. New sun-kissed fun fruits. They're made with real grapes, oranges, cherries, and strawberries. You're supposed to chew them one by one if you can control yourself. New sun-kissed fun fruits. Every chewy one is real fruity fun.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies bars, a whole new crispy, chewy taste.
Taking a break at 2:45. Just my Rice Krispies bar and me sitting in my after-school place, loving that crispy, chewy taste.
Chewy, crispy, chewy.
But I knew it couldn't last. Boy, they sure go fast. I got the meat crew after school. Rice Krispie, chewy, blue.
Crisp Rice Krispies, chewy oats and honey. Ooh, what a cure for those blues.
Crispy, chewy. Oh boy.
We now return to Smurfs.
Smurfs will return after these messages.
Surprise!
Hey, what are you doing on my medicine cabinet?
I'm the Pump Man. New Aquafresh for kids. The toothpaste made specially for kids.
My very own toothpaste?
Right. I make brushing fun. I've got a zingy new taste kids love. Fluoride, too. And I'm easy to pump and have a neat top.
Hey, Pumpman, hide. Here comes my mom.
New Aquafresh for kids. I make brushing fun.
Milk, it does.
Milk, it does the body.
Milk, it does the body good.
Pass it on. How's that go?
Builds your bones so you can grow. Milk's got calcium, don't you know?
It does.
So good for teeth, it makes you smile.
It's so good, it drives you wild.
Milk, it does the body good.
Pass it on.
Milk, it does, yeah. Milk, it does the body good.
Milk does the body good.
Pass it on.
Take a wild ride Saturdays.
All right.
It's Punky Brewster and her own cartoon with some magical new friends. Catch it Saturdays on NBC.
Smurfs will return after these messages.
Making music. Make nugget music.
Just move your hands, tap your feet, there's something in the air. Just join right in, it's your own sound, making music everywhere. McDonald's chicken, McDonald's joining with you, making chicken different music the whole day through. It's a good time for the great taste of McDonald's.
Star Games, Sundays at 4.
You can pretend the war of the words is about to begin.
Fire.
With GoBot boomers, unearthly vehicles that boom a hidden message. Batteries not included. Boomers and GoBots sold separately.
Leader 1, this boom spells your doom.
Some are friendly, some are enemy.
Let's boom Psycho a message he'll never forget. Special delivery.
New GoBot boomer vehicles. Vehicles and GoBots all sold separately. From Tonka.
Wake up, all you sleepyheads. Colgate gets you out of bed. Now there's the Colgate pump. We've got the Colgate pump.
It's a neat new trick,
You know, pump it on your brush and go. They got the Colgate pump. She's got the Colgate pump. Even moms and dads agree what makes it good is MFP. Just the spurt of minty gel protects your teeth as you can tell. We've got the Colgate pump. We love the Colgate pump.
2 great tastes, maximum fluoride protection at your fingertips.
What's happening?
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that likes going.
That is the best shit fucking
shopping for dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the kids.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had, man. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say it, woman. Say it, woman. Say it, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Woo, people. Welcome. It's been a minute. And no, I was not on any timeout. At least not from YouTube. I just, I can go live for a couple days. I do that sometimes. It happens. I did get timed out for like, I don't know, 10 hours, like nothing from Twitter. Cause like, listen, I basically just got into fuck it mode, when it came to some of the trolls on there. And oh my goodness, Street Squirrel, what are you doing? It's so early, bro. Oh my goodness.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we.
Thank you, Street Squirrel. I appreciate it. So yeah, like there were these a few people, like I got mass reported because there was a bunch of people who like bragged about it and like posted like screenshots, all proud of their like framing their Karen. Like, look, I'm a Karen. And then they put it in a frame. They're like, this is the time where I was just a total fucking cunt and just decided to get my fifis hurt by somebody on the internet. And so, I reported them. I grassed them all out. So here, and I framed it. That's exactly what that is. And it was just like for like 10 hours, like it was really nothing. I didn't have anything to post anyway. You know what I mean? Like nothing within that period of time came to mind where I was just like, oh, fuck. Yeah, it's so stupid. Social media is so fucking stupid sometimes, man. And I just like the whole thing with Twitter is until I started talking about this case, I almost never even used it. Like I use it pretty much to just, here and there comment. I'll post here and there. But I mean, if my Twitter got deleted tomorrow, I would not give a shit. I seriously would not give a shit. I deactivated my Facebook. I just don't give a shit about social media. I really don't. I have an Instagram. I do not post that much on Instagram. I'm not one of those people that posts every day on Instagram. I'm not one of those people who takes a lot of pictures. I just never have been. So yeah, I just, and I mean, if they were trying to like get me kicked off of YouTube, which it wouldn't be the first time that people have tried. YouTube is very quick on catching mass reporting, and they'll review the content, and I've been mass reported before. They've reviewed my content, and here I am, still going live, still monetized. I just don't give a shit. Like I am merely enjoying this for as long as I have it. It's a fun outlet. I like interacting with you guys. That's what this is all about for me. So I just, like I said, I'm just grateful. So there's no sense in panicking when people are like, we're gonna mass report you. I don't care. That's the whole point. Like, I mean, if I were to like, if I were to worry about that and I watched my mouth and I didn't speak my mind and I bit my tongue all the time and I censored myself all the time, I would this would feel like work. I don't want this to feel like work. This doesn't feel like work. I don't consider this to be work. So I just do the best I can to enjoy it as much as I possibly can. And I do enjoy it. And I'm going to enjoy it as long as I have a channel. And if it gets, pulled out from underneath me, then it gets pulled out from underneath me, man. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? It's not that serious. So, now the thing I'm going to go over today, I was in Turtle Boy's chat, and here I'm putting the link here. So go ahead and give it a like if you haven't watched it already. So in the opposition motion, I think it was the opposition motion, or no, I think it was Mello's insane motion that he filed. I'm not sure which motion it was, but it was either it was filed by the Commonwealth, whether it was Mello Mello in regards to Turtle Boy's case, which I think it was, or it was part of the opposition motion, which I don't think it was, from the opposition motion to disqualify and dismiss. But I don't think I that's where we first heard it mentioned, was the fact that that Tully traveled all the way to California. He traveled all the way to California to interview this Natalie person, like in person, which is bizarre to me. I don't understand. I mean, all it tells me is just how desperate they are. But yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. And when you listen to it, it's as ridiculous as you imagined it would be. So we're gonna listen to that. Turtle Boy had posted it today, and he went over it on one of his live streams where he did some commentary over it, and discussed his thoughts on it. And he posted it today where there is no commentary over it. So I'll be playing that and, of course, pausing it and commenting and giving my thoughts, because I have some thoughts. I definitely have some thoughts on this. I find it really, really interesting. And like, actually, the best way to put it is like, it's remarkably uninteresting. In the sense that, like, everything that this woman said was just ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous. Silly stuff. Like, she's very, very transparent. So I noticed this. She's very transparent. And even though she's trying to come off a certain way, that she's just not. She's failing. But it's pretty fascinating. We're going to go ahead and start listening to that now.
Alumni of Bentley.
Recording starting on October 17th, 2023 at 12:41. We are here at Gardena, California at the
Gina Berschneider, Inc.
factory. Present is Brian Tully with Massachusetts State Police.
Nelson Deagle Vale, special.
And Natalie Berschneider Weewick, alumni of Bentley University.
Great. And Natalie, you understand that you're talking to us here on this recording after receiving a proffer letter from Ken Mello.
Yes.
Indicating that if you are truthful and honest here in this conversation, you would get an immunity letter to follow.
Yes.
Okay, great. So why don't we start from the beginning? And I know
Okay. Wait a second. Wait just a second here. Oh, wait, I messed this up. Let's do that one more time.
Truthful and honest here in this conversation, you would get an immunity letter to follow.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
So she's getting immunity. So right there already, I mean, one of the first, now this isn't unheard of. This happens quite a bit, but it doesn't always go over very well. And this is one of those things where it's like, how's this going to look good? Considering how shady everything else is in both Turtle Boy's case and in Karen Reed's case, both of these cases, as far as the way this investigation was conducted, everything just looks bad, right? So here at the beginning of this recording, he's saying, well, as long as you're truthful about what happens, well, then you'll get an immunity letter, meaning that she'll be immune from anything. Whatever her interaction and her part in the interactions between Turtle Boy and Karen Reed, right? Because if we remember, just a quick reminder, they recently seized Karen Reed's phones. Now, who seized Karen Reed's phones was Ken Mello, who is prosecuting Turtle Boy's case. They're charging Turtle Boy with witness intimidation and conspiracy. And there's and so now they want to charge Karen Reed with the same thing. And they want to say that Karen Reed and Turtle Boy were in cahoots when Turtle Boy did the things that he did, that he acted under Karen Reed's employ, basically. And that's what they're trying to prove here, which is very, very interesting, because it's a stretch. It's a stretch to say the least, people. Let's just be honest. This is absolutely a stretch. So she's going to get immunity from what? From a law that was never broken? What do you mean? I like, they're acting like she's turning state's evidence against the mob. You know what I mean? This is just fascinating. This is the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard.
Why don't we start from the beginning? And okay. I know that we've already...
And a little backstory. So Natalie, she'll explain it here. But Natalie, the only significance that Natalie has in this story is Natalie acted as a liaison between Turtle Boy and Karen Reed. Karen Reed was a source for Turtle Boy for information and for a story. You know, I mean, what better source than the person who's being accused of murdering her boyfriend? And that's the case that he's discussing. So what is the problem? So I find that interesting. And I'm really finding it interesting that that this person acted as a liaison and even admits that she was pissed off at the fact that they cut ties that from her. They said, we no longer need you, because basically she was acting as a middleman between Turtle Boy and Karen Reed as far as communication goes. They did not communicate directly. I guess she did not want Turtle Boy to have her number, which makes sense. He's a journalist. You don't want to give a journalist your private phone number. That makes perfect sense. So she was going through she was going back and forth she was being the liaison as far as like, okay, well, Turtle Boy will say, tell Karen this, what's going on with Karen, tell her this, I said this, and then Karen would respond in turn through Natalie as well back to Turtle Boy. And then Turtle Boy and Karen discovered an app called Signal. And let me tell y'all, that app is funky fresh. So once they started using this funky fresh app called Signal, they didn't need Natalie anymore. And then Natalie magically decides that she thinks Karen Reed's guilty. And then here we are.
Already spoken, but for the purpose of the recording and for Nelson, kind of what's your relationship with Karen Reed? Where was it in the past?
So we went to Bentley College. It was college when we went from 1998, and I went from 1998 to 2002, and Karen graduated in 2001, a year early, because she was very smart and very studious and got all her credits early. But then she stayed at Bentley and got her master's, I guess, in finance. I was not friends with her per se. Like, we didn't really know each other on campus, but we knew of each other because we hung out with the same sorority sisters, even though we were both not in the same sorority, and we went to the same frat parties. And that was it. And then, like, of course, I would see her at the library. She studied a lot. She was at the library a lot. And then when everything came about in February of 2022, and
yeah, Karen sounds like a real piece of shit so far. I mean, studious, part of a sorority, hangs out at the library. Yeah, man. Wow. She sounds diabolical.
Some friends from college were texting me like, oh my God, did you read this? And when I read it, I was like, oh my God, poor thing. Like, this is an accident. Like, she was drunk and hit him. So I reached out to her on Facebook. I would say, I don't know the exact date.
Yeah, translation. Oh my God. I know her. Oh my God. And this is a famous case. Oh my God. What if I got close to her? Oh my God. What if I was there and I was the shoulder for her to cry on? Oh my God. Lady, I already see right through you, like immediately.
Date, if it was March, April, or May of 2022. But I reached out to her, and I don't have that message saved. I don't have that message saved, but I wrote to her something along the lines of,
what do I say? What do I say? Just dial the number, stupid. Jesus, like, you know her. It's okay. Like, okay. Hi, Karen. Hey, it's Natalie. Yeah. Hi. Natalie. Yeah, you know me. Yeah. The one with the No. Not that Natalie. No, not that Natalie either. No. No. Right. Okay. So I just wanted to call and tell you that I heard about everything that's going on. But before I do that, girl, how have you been? Jeez, like, it's been forever. Jesus. Yeah, so I've got this stuff going on and blah blah blah. Hey, listen, but I read about you and I heard that you were going through a hard time. Oh my God, like what happened? Tell me what happened. Uh-huh. 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 Oh, okay. I just wanted to tell you that I'm here for you. And if there's anything that you need, all you have to do is call me. I'm here for you, girl, because we go way back. You know, that one time we met, we go way back. And yeah, I just wanted to tell you that I'm here. And if you ever need anybody to talk to, you know, just like shoulder to cry on, or you want to share any inside information with me because, you know, it's in the vault, zip it. All you have to do is just call me and we'll talk. Okay. All right. Okay. 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 Bye. This lady, dude. And she acts like nobody can see right through that.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think.
Miss Bella, thank you so much. Totally deserves worse than listening. Not a clue. Yeah, good point. I agree.
Don't blame yourself. Don't beat yourself up. Mistakes happen. Forgive yourself, you know. And then she wrote back something along the lines like, "Oh my God, Nat, can we talk?" So we spoke on the phone. I gave her my number and we spoke on the phone, and she said, you know, this was a setup. I didn't do this. And she's told me that, you know, that morning she was so confused. Like, could I have hit him? Like, did I maybe clip him?
You notice,
was he running after my car?
You notice she jumps right into that. You know what I mean? No, like, well, she started to explain how they went drinking at the bar, and you know there was a friend of there was the son of a friend of his birthday. I didn't really know anybody there. Blah blah blah. None of that. None of that. Right into, according to her, she goes right into the whole. I was confused that morning, and I wanted to. I don't know if I hit him. If I did I hit him? Did I hit him? I don't know if I hit him. Right immediately to the one thing that all of these pitchforkers that believe Karen Reed is so guilty. The one thing they're hanging on to. Because that's just a coincidence, right? That's just a coincidence that she jumps right into the did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Okay.
And did I hit him without knowing? But then eventually she told me that a fellow by the name of Scanlon came into Yanetti's office like a few days after she was arrested and was like, she didn't hit anybody. A fight broke out in that house. And so from there, the pieces started coming together from her private investigators. And I think because I'm so far away in Los Angeles, I was kind of like her diary. So I would say like 30% of our relationship was about her case, and the other 70% was friendly stuff. Like she would paint her guest room and say, "What do you like this wall color?" Or do you like this side table?
Translation. Yeah, she would talk about she was painting her guest room, meaning like, hey, can't fucking talk right now. I'm busy. I'm painting my guest room. Get a life.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got.
Buzzing for Truth, thank you so much. Love your breakdown, Will. Love you loving the breakdowns. Buzzing for Truth, appreciate you. I'm her diary, because that's what people do. People are like painting my guest room. Couldn't decide on what color I wanted to paint the desk room. Dude, give me a fucking break. Nobody believes you. Stop it.
Table, or I would cook dinner and send her pictures of what I just cooked, or she would do the same, and then she'd say, oh, my parents are over for dinner, and she would take a picture of her parents and say, like, aren't my parents adorable, and send it to me.
And how were you communicating at this point?
I'm pretty sure it was on Signal. I never communicated with her on regular text.
And why Signal?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't question that.
Oh my God.
But
that came from Karen.
Yes, I didn't even know what Signal was.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad.
MJ, thank you so much. I figured you wanted the song because of all the dancing. So there you go. Thank you so much, MJ. I appreciate it. So, okay. So immediately Karen wanted to talk to her through Signal. Okay.
And she would call it the Funky Fresh app. Or sometimes she would text me on regular text and say, hey, you want to jump on the Funky Fresh app? And then she would send me stuff like that. And then other innocent things.
She's making it sound like so like she's given a deposition for like she's taken down a major corporation. She referred to it as and then her lawyer like leans in and she's just like, she referred to it as the Funky Fresh app. like it's so covert, like it's code. I mean, it's Signal, dude. Like, it's just an app, man. It's just a fucking app. It's killing me this late.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Scott McGinnis, thank you, buddy. Natalie will be the classiest winner ever of the Ratchet Madness competition 2024. Her tiara will have the words, "So jealous, look at me," in rubies. Thank you, Scott McGinnis. Appreciate it. Oh my God. The Funky Fresh app.
It's like I have these indoor fig trees. They're elephant ear trees, they're called. And I would do before and after photos where my tree would be dusty. I would take a before photo and then I would spray it and I would wipe down all the leaves and I would trim any of like the dead leaves. And then I would send her after photos. So a lot of our friendship was like that. And then she got upset with me once because in the beginning, I didn't know who was who. There were so many names and like, I really didn't know who was who, but I noticed that there was a woman who we all know now. Oh my God, I don't care. And there's a woman who we all know now by the name of Elizabeth Proctor. And she would always do laughing emojis on all of the news, the Boston news sites. And this is before Aiden. This is September 2022, October 2022, November. And I would send her screenshots and I would be like, what's this lady's problem? She's so adamant, like it just doesn't stop. And Karen was like, Natalie, I wish you and my friends would stop sending me negativity stuff. You know, I have enough negativity in my life. I wish you guys would just stop. And I was like, whoa, you know. So then the next day she was like, actually, you know, all those screenshots you sent me yesterday, something along the lines of, that's actually Officer Proctor's wife. Can you email Yannetti those? So I emailed them to Yannetti as individual screenshots. And then she got back to me and she goes, Yannetti's not computer savvy. Can you actually do it in a PDF in order? So I did that. And so I put them on a PDF. So all he has to do is open up one thing and they're all there. And so that was like one time she snapped at me. And then I noticed a lady by the name.
She snapped at me. He snapped at me. Like, she has to let people know that Karen Reed is the type of person to snap at somebody. Dude, I snap at people all the time, man. I ain't killed nobody. I'm not under the stress of being falsely accused of murder either. I mean, I think the occasional snapping at somebody is acceptable from someone like Karen Reed at this point. I don't think that makes it look like she's a murderer in any way, shape, or form. So, like, why bring it up?
Name of Jen Altman, and she was the only one standing up for Karen. And I would laugh with Karen because for months we had our eye on her and we would laugh. And I would say, she's like the white female Tupac Shakur, like so outspoken, cheerleader. And I was like, Karen, do you know her? And she's like, I have no idea who she is. And I was like, well, she's the only one standing up for you. So like we were watching her and we would laugh and we would, you know, make jokes like that she's a little bit too brazen or whatever. And we decided, like, I said to Karen, I said, do you mind if I reach out to Altman and thank her? Because that's kind of nice of her. She doesn't even know you. And she's the only one not calling you a cop killer. And she was like, by all means. So I wrote to Altman.
Now, you notice this. Notice that, again, this is her facilitating something here. This is her, right? So far, she hasn't even said, hey, Karen Reed told me to reach out to Jennifer Altman. That I sent her a screenshot that Jennifer posted saying that she's the white Tupac Shakur, right? Or whatever. And then said, okay, well, could you reach out to her for me? Get her in contact with me? Blah, blah, blah. That didn't happen. Natalie facilitated this whole thing. And for what other motive? I mean, what would be the motive? I mean, she can't help her legally. You know what I mean? Natalie's interest was to make Karen go as public as possible. Reach out to the public. Change the narrative that she's innocent. She wasn't trying to help her with anything legally. She wasn't trying to help her with her case. She was saying, oh, there's someone on social media who's speaking positively of you. She's the only one speaking positively of you. And so, do you care if I reach out to her for you? Karen Reed says, by all means. I could always use a friend in my corner. But she didn't say, hey, reach out to her. You know what I mean? So far, Natalie seems like the facilitator of everything, including Turtle Boy's involvement. She facilitated Turtle Boy's involvement.
And I'm just getting my text.
Mm-hmm.
I said, and I got this approval from Karen. And Karen told me what to send. So I said, first, I want to thank you for...
You got to listen to the language of this person, Okay. I known people like I've been on this planet for almost half a century. Okay. And I know people. One thing I know, I don't know a lot, but I know people, man. And I'm telling you that this woman right here, if you just pay close attention to her language, you can smell her intent. And you can smell the bullshit on her. Specific bullshit. I can go into it. Specifically, her bullshit is her self-awareness. First of all, she thinks highly of herself. She thinks she's so blinded by her own love for her own image that she convinces herself of this. And therefore, she is immune to her own bullshit. She's fooled by her own bullshit. She purposely and consciously tries to fool herself with her own bullshit, and herself falls for it every time. And I've known people like this my whole life. So this is what she's doing exactly right here. And it's fascinating when you really pay close attention to it, because you listen to the language, what she's saying here. When you do that, you see exactly what I mean. It's really, really, really interesting.
I said, and I got this approval from Karen. Karen told me what to send. So I said, first, I want.
Okay, so after she admits that she reached out. Thank you, James Henderson, for becoming a new member. Welcome to Logic. Appreciate you. After she admits to reaching out to Jennifer and not under Karen's directions or request, Karen's mere approval. She only approved it. She only said, yeah, sure. And we're hearing this from somebody who we already know is a bullshitter. So for all we know, Karen never responded with, by all means. It's very possible that Karen just said, if you want to, I guess. But I don't know. You know what I mean? I wasn't there. I haven't read the text. I haven't seen I don't know. I have no idea. But I have to take everything that this woman is saying so far and assume that it's probably being embellished to some degree. So at least if they're not just flat out lies. So here she is, and she's admitting that she facilitated this liaison between Karen Reed and Jennifer Altman, right? And then realizes this. You can kind of hear her thought process through her own language. She realizes that she just admitted to this, and then has to push on the fact that, or push on the idea that Karen Reed approved of this. She said she gave her okay. We got it. As soon as you said that Karen Reed said, by all means, we got it already. We got what you were trying to say. But you can see her thought process. It's fascinating, because then she has to really, really press on the idea that it was Karen. She's trying to push more of accountability on Karen and take it off of herself. Pay attention to that line one more time.
Next. Mm-hmm. I said, and I got this approval from Karen, and Karen told me what to send. So I said, first, I want to thank you for standing up for Karen. She's a friend of mine since college, and this whole thing is a nightmare. And then I sent her a picture of Proctor with those 3 kids, because Karen said, send that. And I wrote, this is lead detective Michael Proctor and Jennifer McCabe's children. Elizabeth Proctor is his wife. My guess is that a fight broke out in the house and it went too far. They beat the shit out of him and it went too far. In the autopsy photos, it's obvious he was beat up so badly and also the homeowner's German Shepherd chewed up his arms. Thank you for standing up for us. Then Altman writes back to me, something was very fishy, and I thought that from the beginning. I'm also glad they got this evidence, and I'm praying it works out for her. What can I do to help? And then I wrote on April 13th, this is all April 13th, I wrote, you've been incredible. I see your comments on all the news articles. You're standing up to family members of these cops who beat him up and tossed his body in the snow to freeze to death. I wish I could tell you the details, but it will slowly come out. I told Karen about you and how we need to make t-shirts that say Altman the Badass.
Wow, man. She's really fucking laying it on thick, kissing Jennifer Altman's ass, dude. Like, t-shirts that say Jennifer Altman the Badass. I mean, so I think it's really, really funny that she's reading her texts out loud, because Tully was just like, okay, here's what you're gonna do, and I guarantee you that he coached her. Like, but I guarantee you that these people talked for probably hours before he sat down with her and hit the record button for this interview, because she is talking very, very, very slow. Well, I wouldn't say she's talking too slow, but what she's definitely doing is she's articulating every word, and she's talking at a pace to where nothing can be missed. There's no mumbling, there's nothing. And you can tell this is not her natural way of speaking. Even though I've never heard her natural way of speaking, I'm just assuming that because nobody fucking talks like that. Nobody does. So I'm assuming that she's talking this way because Tully prepped her and coached her prior to him hitting the record button, and she has everything ready. She has all of the text messages ready. She has all of the whatever ready. Every message that she had with Jennifer Altman is all ready to read, and it's all in order. At no point do you hear her go, hold on a second, I have the text right here. This is how you hear interviews. This happens every time. You know how many fucking police interviews that I've listened to since I've had this channel? Different cases that I've covered. I'm telling you, I've never heard an interview conducted like that. Never in my life. She has everything ready. Everyone, every single time will go, and I believe she texted me at this time, and okay, shit. You know what? I have it. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. Yeah, right here. And then, and then she'll read it out loud. Yeah, it says blah, 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 blah. And I feel like you should have a t-shirt that says Jennifer Altman the Badass. There it is. That doesn't happen. She has it ready as she's telling the story. It's as if this was typed up and she's reading it. As if. I'm not saying that's the case, but it sounds a lot more like that than an actually genuine off-the-fly interview that's being conducted.
And then I wrote, the feds are involved, so soon the officers and nephew of the homeowner who beat him up, the officer who stood guard as they tossed his body in the snowbank in front of the house, and the sister-in-law of the homeowner who Googled how long it takes to die in the cold will be brought down. Even the homeowner's German Shepherd who chewed John's arms during the fight will be brought down.
And it's fascinating because this is her message to Jennifer Altman that she's reading. This is Natalie's message to Jennifer Altman. And basically what she's doing is selling herself. She's pitching. The way that you know that she's pitching is because she's going into all of these gruesome details, basically for the purpose of letting her know how much she's been following the case. To say, hey, I'm okay. I'm one of the good guys. You can trust me. This is what she's doing. It's very, very slick. You got to use your eyes, people. She's absolutely doing this. In that message, there's no need. I mean, there's no need. Jennifer Altman already knows the details of the case at this point. Like a natural conversation would have been something like, yeah, it was terrible how they just left him out in the snow like that. Yeah, I mean, and I just don't see how he could have gotten those, in separate text messages, but not in an essay. You know what I mean? Not in a summary of the entire case. And here's my resume as to why you should trust me. Here's my audition. That's how that message that she's reading to Jennifer Altman comes out, which is really strange because who the fuck is Jennifer Altman at this point? At this point that we're talking about in the timeline that she's painting here, who the fuck is Jennifer Altman? You know what I mean? It's bizarre. Like now we know who Jennifer Altman is, but I'm saying at the time, who the fuck is Jennifer Altman? Just somebody talking about a case. So I smell bullshit.
They gave the German Shepherd away. Their house is for sale in escrow or sold by now. It will all come out. This is just the beginning. And then I wrote, Karen hasn't had a moment to mourn John's death. His children, who she loved immensely, she is not allowed to contact them. This is an awful situation, but I'm thankful you've been supportive. And I did a heart and the prayer, like, thank you.
And did Jen connect you with anybody after this?
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you want me to keep reading or?
No. You're just gonna tell me what happened next.
Okay, so then next. Yeah, so then next. So then on April 17th at 3:44 p.m. Los Angeles time, see, Jennifer hid her message. She went through and hid all these messages. That's what I hate about Facebook. Okay, anyway. So Jennifer wrote to me. I actually have a screenshot of it, so that's actually good. But she wrote to me something along the lines of,
How convenient.
Hi, Natalie.
How convenient that she had the foresight to take screenshots of her conversation with Jennifer Altman all the way back then. How convenient. Because she just said Jennifer Altman had deleted the texts. She had deleted the messages from Facebook Messenger. And now, but she's like, oh, but I have screenshots. Luckily, I took a screenshot. No, not luckily. You had the foresight to take a screenshot. It's like, not luckily. That's not luck. That's you with an agenda.
I have Aidan Kearney, senior writer for Turtle Boy News. He would love to write a story on the Karen Reed case, something along that. But I have screenshots, so you'll have that all on the USB.
Yep.
And then I wrote, hi, Altman, thank you for putting us in touch. Let me ask Karen for her blessings. And then Clarence, who's Aidan, wrote, Jesus, I am so sorry. I would love to get the word out about this. I understand there has been some coverage, but this should be the biggest story in the news, and Karen should be immediately exonerated. So then I didn't want to reply because it's not my territory. So I called Karen and I read her this. And she said,
it's not my territory.
Let me talk to my brother and my best friend.
Rich.
And I'm assuming her best friend is John Silvera, who she went to either middle school with, or elementary school with, or high school with, or junior high. But she's known him before.
What's up, Turtle Boy? What are you saying here? This interview is so good for me and Karen, even though Natalie thinks it was bad because I called her a cunt. And she said I'm poor. Yeah, we're gonna get to all that. I love it. So I'm laughing hysterically because she's she's acting like this. When you read this, when you listen to this, you can absolutely tell that this was so prepped before Tully hit this record button, which would explain why he wanted to go in person. He wanted to sit down with her. I bet you it took hours to sit down and prep this interview. So I guarantee you that a good amount of this interview is coming from Tully. Like, you want immunity from us? Basically, the fact that she signed that she's supposed to be getting an immunity agreement in exchange for this interview, which is stated at the beginning of this interview, is very, very telling, because that would indicate to me that Tully was like, listen, you're going to want to cooperate with me. Bottom line, I have this and I have this and I have this. We have Karen's phones. We have Turtle Boy's phones. We have his tech, and it's not looking good for you. So if you want to save yourself, you got to help us out. And this is what you're going to say. You're going to get this, and you're going to say this and this and this on tape, and you'll get your immunity agreement. I'm absolutely convinced that that's what happened.
Before college. But she said, let me ask my brother. And then she called me back and she said that they said that Aiden would be a good person to tell her side of the story because the mainstream media has painted her as a cop killer, and they're not giving like Brian Albert's name, the homeowner's name, and all the other facts that she wants out. So then she said, send this picture. And it was this picture of court that was on the Boston Globe. Mm-hmm. And she circled Jen McCabe's face. And I wrote, Jen McCabe is top left brunette in jeans jacket. And then I wrote, Altman, I'll call you on my way home. And then Aiden writes, what is this from? And then I replied, Boston Globe. And he wrote, thank you. And then I wrote, the very first hearing. When I get home, I'll find photos on their Facebooks. Just wait, guys. Major news coming very soon. And Aiden wrote, I'd be very happy to break this. I run Turtle Boy Daily News. And then Karen sends me stuff from a site.
But wait a minute. I thought Karen Reed ran Turtle Boy Daily News. I thought Karen Reed was the editor-in-chief, according to Lindsay. That Karen Reed is the editor-in-chief of Turtle Boy Daily News, y'all. Nothing happens on Turtle Boy Daily News without Karen Reed's approval.
Site called VSCO.com. And one is like a big family photo of all of the, this looks like the McCabes, and this looks like the Alberts together. And then Karen tells me to write, because I didn't know who all these people were. And she wrote, Jen McCabe, second from right, Brian Albert, back row, dark hoodie. And then Clarence wrote, obviously, Clarence is Aiden, but it keeps saying Clarence on my phone. Obviously, Jennifer McCabe did not kill him on her own. And it sounds like O'Keefe and Albert barely knew each other. And then I wrote, they didn't know each other. McCabe and O'Keefe are good friends. And then Aiden wrote, what would the motive be? He was there 15 minutes before he died. And then they got the dog to bite him, ? And I wrote, Clarence, give me your cell number. And then he gives me the 413-262-6909. And then I replied, I'll text you the latest
entitled to
court
shit.
motion from April 12th.
And where is that messaging? Is that
This is all on Facebook Messenger.
Facebook Messenger.
Because this is when I first met them. This was all April 17th, the day before, I guess, he did his first blog, which I understand is the 18th or 19th.
And it's a three-way conversation with you, Karen, and Karen.
Karen is not on it.
Okay.
Karen is on Signal, or Karen's calling me.
Got it.
And I would read Karen, like on speakerphone, I would read what they're saying, and then she would say,
But Karen was directing you.
yes, because what do I know? All I know is about sofas, like I don't, and there were so many names involved that I didn't know who. I kept thinking Michael Proctor was the homeowner, and she would always correct me and say like, no, he's the worst one of them all, and so it was very confusing for me, and I think I didn't grasp who everybody was.
You know why it was confusing for you? Again, you got to listen to her language here. It was confusing for her because she's not actually interested in the case. If she was actually interested in the case, she would not be confused by something as simple as Michael Proctor is an investigator and the homeowner was Brian Albert. I mean, it's not that hard. Like, that's day one of the of looking into the John O'Keefe murder. It's day one. It's book one, chapter one. I mean, so she's not actually interested in the case. She is distracted and excited about being this liaison between these people who are so involved in this case. This is exciting for her. That's all this is.
Until probably April or May or March of 2023. So it took me a long time to get who all these people were.
And these photos that you're sharing with Turtle Boy, where were they coming from?
From Karen.
She was in real time. She was sending them to you.
Yes. Yes. So, and I never went out. I never stepped out of bounds and took it upon myself to send stuff because I didn't want to jeopardize anything for her. So everything came from her like, okay, send this, send that. This motion is now public. He can now use this motion on his blog, but pay attention to, this page, this paragraph, stuff like that.
And this arrangement of her telling you.
Here's the thing. This whole thing is making it out to be like there's some sort of sinister reason why Karen Reed would be talking to a journalist. Right? The one journalist who seems to think that she's innocent or interested in spreading the word that she's innocent. Like the one journalist who seems not only interested in informing people that she's innocent, but also passionate about the idea that she's innocent and wants to help. Excited, enthusiastic about spreading the word that Karen Reed is innocent. Of course, Karen Reed is going to want someone like this. Of course, Karen Reed is going to want to speak to someone like this. Why? Because nobody in the press is sticking up for her. Nobody in the press seems to be doing their due diligence and looking into the case and actually investigating. Nobody in the press is doing this. So there's this underlying narrative. Nobody's actually saying it, but there's an underlying narrative coming from mainstream media that Karen Reed is absolutely guilty because you have a dead police officer and somebody's in custody. Well, somebody is being charged. So immediately the public is going to want justice for a fallen police officer. This is a sensitive time. Right after the fact that there's this whole defund the police campaign that there was so much pushback over. And right when this pushback was already very much apparent, then you have a woman who's being accused of killing her boyfriend, who is a Boston police officer. And a Boston police officer is nationally beloved because of the Boston bombings, especially because of the Boston bombings. Boston strong. You know what I mean? That's like an NYPD fireman. Because of 9/11, an NYPD fireman is always going to get that much more love and respect. Always. Than any regular fireman. Anywhere else. So that's just how that is. Now, it's not insane or sinister that in this climate, Karen Reed would want to spread the word. And why? Because who knows what kind of hate she's getting, how much hate she's getting on social media, because you're talking about the mainstream media. So you look at things, break it down like this. You've got a mainstream media outlet who posts a video, like let's just say Court TV, right? Court TV does a piece on the John O'Keefe Karen Reed case, has Jennifer Coffendorfer on panel along with a few others. And then the next thing you know, there's a comment section. So even though nobody except Coffendorfer is sitting up there going, oh, well, we think she's absolutely guilty. This stuff is very damning, blah, 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 blah. And then they paint this picture like she's guilty without actually saying that she's guilty, but painting the picture. And then you've got thousands of comments. And this is not just Court TV. This is any news station, anything that covers it, where there's a comment section and there's thousands. And people are going to be saying that witch needs to burn. She's a cop killer. No trial, just execution. Shit like that. Right? Now, I'm not quoting anything, but I've seen enough comment sections where people think that somebody's guilty. And I'm willing to bet that there's plenty of those comments. Twitter, everywhere. So Karen Reed is naturally afraid. And right here, there is just one short breath of fresh air. One short breath of fresh air that is Turtle Boy. Why would she not take that short breath? Why would she not do that? Why would she not, just to feel safe for even a moment, just to feel a little bit of hope that her side of the story is going to make circulation? How is that sinister? How is that collusion? How is that the intent to tamper with a jury or jury selection? None of that shit. It's just a woman who feels cornered. Like, even if she's fucking guilty, that is a natural thing for someone to do. Even if she's guilty of killing John O'Keefe, it's not unnatural or not understandable that she would try to get someone in the press on her side. Doesn't mean she would actually engage in, even if she's guilty, it doesn't even mean that necessarily that she would engage in trying to tamper with jury selection, try to interfere with her case necessarily. That doesn't necessarily mean that, but it's absolutely natural that she would try to get good press. Who the fuck wouldn't? And it's fascinating because the only good press that she could get was an independent blogger. An independent blogger. But this guy busted his ass. He completely and totally busted his ass in order to show the public why we should be asking questions. He went above and beyond. He didn't do some little piece. He didn't do what every other YouTuber did, which is like, oh, let's look at the Karen Reed case because I've got nothing to go and do a video about right now. And then, you know, they're like, here's this, and this. And then it's the basics and it's the cliff notes of the timeline of things that went down, minus the McAlberts and minus all of the things that actually matter. Right? I don't want to lose my train of thought, so no super chat song right now, but thank you, James Henderson. If it wasn't for Turtle Boy, Karen would be probably sitting in a jail cell. You're absolutely right. I agree. I agree. That's clever. Sorry, guys. He's chewing up like his dog bowl. And no, he's not hungry. It's just empty, and he's chewing it up because I actually picked up everything that he could get into down here. And so he's so desperate that he wants to chew on his dog bowl. But I gave him his comp toy. He's good now, actually. I was going to get up and have to move his dog bowl, but I don't have to do that now. So, yeah. This is all part of the same big picture that they are desperate to do whatever they can to lock Karen Reed up. They're doing anything that they can. This is so transparently desperate.
You to send stuff to Turtle Boy. How long did that happen, or did that continue after April 17th?
Yeah, so then that continued from about April 17th, and then about the end of May, they started getting in an argument between me, and I'm copying, pasting, and Turtle calls me and texts me and says, you know, you girls are a bunch of cunts. You guys are jerking me around. I don't like being jerked around like this.
Jesus, Turtle Boy, what the hell are you doing, bro? Carrie Ann Salah, welcome to Logic. Appreciate you. Thank you. Turtle Boy, that is never, ever, ever, ever okay. Do you understand me? It's never okay.
Boy, cunt.
You're a little cunt.
You're a magnificent cunt.
Oh my God.
And Karen said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna have Aiden call me on Signal." Excuse my language. I didn't mean to say the F word. And she said, "Have him call me on Signal." So I gave it to Turtle, her phone number. I said, "Call her on Signal." I said, "I'm gonna go give my little girl a bath." I go in the bathtub with my little girl. We get out, I would say about 45 minutes later, we put our PJ.
Oh my God, come on, man. So now it's the planting of the I'm also a mother, you know, because my daughter comes first. So, you know, I had to go give it. That's the only thing that she ever like talks about what she was doing while waiting for space in between communication with somebody that she's talking about here. So, you know, now it's everybody's got to know. Make sure you know, I had to give my daughter a bath, and then I put on her PJs, and oh, so noble, so noble. I mean, you were just amazing. Incredible.
PJs on, and I come back to my phone and I have all these missed calls and missed text messages. And I call Aiden. I said, "What happened?" He goes, "You know, you girls you're playing games with me, you're jerking me around, I'm the one that brought this story out, and I'm waiting by the phone and Karen doesn't even call me. So I called Karen. I said, Karen, why didn't you call him? And she goes, Natalie, I'm so scared. I said, why are you scared? And she goes, I don't know, I'm just so scared. I said, Karen, he proved himself by now. He's done blogs, like he's been so loyal the past month, like you owe it.
You owe it. I love this because she's Karen's friend, right? She's Karen's friend. And she just wants to be there for Karen because of everything that's happening and everything that she's going through. And Karen expresses concern. Karen expresses concern and says, well, I'm scared. The friend doesn't support her. The friend is not empathetic with her. The friend is not putting herself in her friend's shoes as to, I wonder what it might be like to be falsely accused of murder and have the whole world on social media threatening and wishing death on you and calling you a cop killer. Right? So but her friend basically says no. And this is no offense to Turtle Boy, but at the time, again, Turtle Boy is a blogger. You know what I mean? He's not exactly reputable at this point. You know what I mean? At this point in the timeline that she's describing, Turtle Boy is not exactly reputable just yet. Right? So even though he's been doing it a long time and whatnot, he's still a blogger, right? And literally the only one who is pushing so hard for Karen Reed to be seen as innocent by the public based on his investigations. The only person who's actually gone out and actually done investigations. But Karen Reed is understandably standoffish because it's like, okay, I don't even know this fucking guy. You know, I don't fucking have any idea who the fuck this guy is. And here I am, and I'm spilling my guts and I'm giving him information. And I don't know what he's going to do with it. I don't know if he's going to twist the shit. I don't know what he's going to do with it. And here's this woman, instead of being like, dude, hey, listen, it's your shit. You know, you're the one going through this, not me. You're the one going through this. Like, whatever you say is probably the right thing to do. But no, this is somebody who has to take control. And this is somebody who's got stars in her eyes. She's got starry eyes, my friends. And she thinks that there's going to be all kinds of, after Turtle Boy says, this is the biggest story, everyone will be talking about it. I've uncovered this, I've uncovered that, and she is starry-eyed. So she's like, Karen, you need to stick with this guy. Because at this point now, Turtle Boy is now a possibility for Natalie to sit there on Dateline and be that useless motherfucker that wasn't even that close to the family or anybody else. Scott McGinnis, thank you so much. The prosecution of Karen Reed is all a distraction. The case as presented is all noise. The fact is, a vast web of corruption is being protected. I agree at this point. I can't say that I don't. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. Now, this is the thing, this is what she's doing. I've got a friend. His name is Sean. Okay. Now, when I first started this channel, I covered his case. This is a guy that I would get together with at the gym and throw a football around with. He's just a really, really cool, nice guy. And I hang out with him and his son, and he's just a great dude. Now, he was involved in it's a long story, but there was a Dateline episode, and at the time it was the most viewed Dateline story that they ever did, and it was called something about murder in the Smokies or something like that. Basically, his adopted mother her boyfriend swindled a shit ton of money and killed his stepdad slowly, basically drugging him, and then killed him via overdose, collected his benefits, and then through stolen valor, collected a shit ton of other veteran benefits. Really fucked up. Really, really, really infuriating when you hear the story. And my friend Sean uncovered the proof and had to testify against his own adoptive mother, which is tough. But he's actually, what's really interesting about that, he was not affected by it really at all. You know, he was easy to talk to about it. He was just like, yeah, some shit that happened. And it's because he's just the most easygoing guy in the world who just doesn't let shit bother him. He's the nicest, one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. And so the thing was, though, like, I watched the Dateline episode. I remember talking to him about it. And there was this woman that was constantly, she was just a friend, right? She was just like acquainted, but came off like she was the best buddy of his adoptive mom. And he was like, no, that lady's just she's just annoying. Basically a clout chaser. She just wanted to be on TV and embellished a bunch of shit to make the story more interesting. Like half of the shit she's saying didn't even fucking happen. You know, she just wanted to be on TV. That is Natalie's role in this whole thing. When you see a Netflix documentary or a 2020 episode or a Dateline episode, and they talk about this case and tie Turtle Boy in, which I guarantee you will happen. There will be a Dateline episode about this. Mark my words. There will be a 2020 episode about this. Mark my words. So, oh my goodness, I got to do just because of dude, hold on.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think.
Funky Fresh app. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the super sticker. And of course, you win handle of the day. Absolutely, Funky Fresh app. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yes, there will be Dateline, like whether or not there's going to be documentaries made, right? But I promise you there will be, it just depends on how much traction this makes on social media. This alone won't do it. But if a trial happens, most definitely everyone's going to be watching. And so Peacock, Hulu, everyone is going to want to jump on this shit. Facts, without a doubt. Because this is unheard of. This kind of shit is unheard of. But mark my words, whether you see her on like a Netflix documentary or, you know, a 3 or 4 part documentary, whether you see her on that or not, you'll see her on one of those ID channel things, because they'll do that too. There'll be at least 2 ID channel shows that will do this case, and she'll be that person when they can't get anybody else. Guaranteed. And that is exactly what she's in this for. And I'm saying at the point where she's describing, in the point of the timeline of her story where we are right now, at the point of her timeline, that's what she's thinking about. She's imagining herself being interviewed by Tully, being interviewed by a documentary filmmaker. That I guarantee.
owe it to him now to just talk to him. So from that, so then she was like, fine. So she summons the courage to call him. And so she called him. And ever since then, they just pushed me out of the picture and we're communicating directly.
And how do you know that?
Because they stopped including me and stuff.
How do you know they're communicating? Did anyone tell
That's
you
just
that,
me putting 1 + 1 = 2.
Got it.
And
she's, I mean, yeah, I said this in Turtle Boys chat. Her math is already better than Plevin's. Oh my God.
Also, she stopped texting me every day like she used to. He was a little bit better about keeping me in the loop. Like when he recorded the Scanlan tape. He sent me that private YouTube link.
Natalie's
I'm
all
trying
like,
to tell you everything in order because I tend to jump around
guys,
and then I forget
hello?
other stuff I wanted to tell you. So I told Aiden, in the, I only had a relationship with Aiden, April 17th until about June 15th, around there. And then off and on, like then I was in Europe and I would text him congratulations because he mentioned something about Netflix, But anyway, on June 15th, I think. Okay. In April at some point, April or June at some point, I told Aiden, I said, Aiden, one day not Hollywood's going to knock on your door. I said, but in the meantime, you got to cut out the words retard, faggot, and cunts because, and you got to chill with this love for Trump.
okay. Like, I think that's hilarious because again, it shows her need for control. She wants this to happen. She's really, really, really concerned with a documentary. For somebody who doesn't seem to give a shit about a documentary, she seems to be really concerned about a documentary. And she's telling Aiden, like, because like she's basically saying your chances of being in a documentary are going to increase if you control your language, right? But what she's really saying is my chances of going and being on a documentary are better if you control your language because I'm not getting on a documentary unless you get on a documentary. So I need you to do this. That's basically what that translates to. Clever, no. Come on, go lay down.
Because if you want to tango with Hollywood and your dream is to be famous and have a documentary. And I said, maybe it would be a good idea to do a show and say like, hey, guys, I was wrong with my vocabulary. Let me change my ways and turn a new leaf. And he didn't listen to me.
Of course he didn't. Dude, there's nothing about Turtle Boy that indicates to me that he's going to do that. Like, that's one thing I can relate to him about is because I'm that guy. Like, I almost dare somebody to try to tell me that. Like, I make it a point to not censor myself on here. Because again, if I can't be myself on here, like, what's the point? What's the point? If those words offend you, then don't watch. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the way he talks. It's the way I talk. I mean, so if those words offend you, just don't watch. You know what I mean? So if somebody were telling me that, and I was in Turtle Boy's position, I wouldn't want to talk to her anymore either. And if she served absolutely no more purpose, as she's proven that she doesn't, because she wants to serve a purpose here. She knows that she's inadequate in the sense that, okay, like eventually these two are going to realize that they don't need me to communicate with each other. What am I going to do beyond that? Well, I have to be able to make myself seem needed. So I'm going to overstep boundaries and start telling Turtle Boy what to do on his show. And I'm going to start overstepping boundaries, and I'm going to start coaching Turtle Boy as to how to end up getting a documentary and how to end up making him famous because he supposedly desires to be famous. So I'm going to be the reason why I want to put myself in a position to where I get to be able to say that I'm the reason why he got there. That's what she's trying to do here. She's trying to make herself somehow needed. But that's not needed. Because the fact of the matter is I can't speak for Turtle Boy. I don't know how Turtle Boy looks at these things. But if they tell me that we're going to do a documentary film and we need you to watch your language from here on out, if you want to be considered for our documentary film, I'm going to say, good luck with your documentary film. That's going to be my response. I wish you the best of luck with your documentary film. You're not going to tell me how to talk. I'm a grown fucking man. And if how I talk bothers you, fuck off. It's that simple. When people who, if the way someone talks bothers me, my response to that is to fuck off. So I don't see how Turtle Boy needed her in any way, shape, or form, especially if she's trying to like it's like, motherfucker, I got this far. I got this far, and now all of a sudden you think that you're going to just dive in and be my coach when you do what? What the fuck is it that you do? You work at an ink factory. And there's nothing wrong with working in an ink factory, but what the fuck are you going to know any better than I am about public relations? Go fuck yourself.
So then I was driving home from work. It was like around 5 o'clock my time, 5:30, whatever. And Aiden calls me and he goes, Natalie, you were right. And I said, what do you mean? And he goes, Hollywood called me. And he goes, I'm going to sign with them. And I said, but this is the first offer. Why would you like wait for some more offers? I said, this is just the beginning. You're going to get so many offers. And he goes, well, as a thank you, I want to sign with the first person.
See, that's stupid. That's stupid. So here she is, and she's interested in money. So she wants to be the one to say that I was responsible for him negotiating his terms and blah, blah, blah. Clubber, stop. Please go lie down. Go lie down now. Dude. Now. Please. Go lay down. Yes, I love you too. Okay? But you got to go lay down. I can't have you sitting here tugging on stuff just because you don't have anything else to chew on. That's my garbage bag. You're going to make a mess. And I just cleaned this place up. Go lay down. Okay. Yes, I'm not mad at you. I love you. Okay? But you got to go lie down. I'm sorry, guys. Are you kidding right now? Go lie down, dude. Go. Now. Now. Go. Off. Good boy. So yeah, she wants to be the person who's saying, I helped Turtle Boy negotiate the terms of his documentary and blah, 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 blah. She's wanting something out of this. You can absolutely tell. Yeah, he just wants attention right now.
This person, because I think that's really nice. I said, Aiden, that's like sleeping with someone on the first date. You don't do that. Like, just slow your roll. And
okay, it's nothing like that. Okay, it's nothing like that. And if it is, I'll explain why she's dead wrong. Okay, I'll explain why she's dead wrong. because the fact is like if one person makes a documentary and that documentary is successful, there are going to be other documentary filmmakers that are going to want to piggyback off of that success, and they're going to make their own documentaries about the same thing, and they're going to want to talk to Turtle Boy for every one of those documentaries. That's how that is going to work out. Simple. It's very, very simple. So it's not like sleeping. It's like sleeping with somebody on the first date. You don't just give it up. Bullshit. No, you absolutely do. Let me explain why. On both, I already explained why it's a good thing that he sleeps with this first documentary filmmaker for the first time on the first date. That's why, because the word is going to spread around. And this is also why you sleep with somebody on the first date. Okay. If you're a man. Okay. Because if you sleep with somebody, listen, I've explained this on this channel a few times. But that whole weird, oh my God, and you guys are all hot and heavy and everything is all wonderful and you're feeling it, she's feeling it, and you're just, and then it's like, no, we should wait. Grandmaster Sophos, oh, he likes the song. I got to do the song.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Thanks, Grandmaster Sophos. I will do that. Thank you so much. So you guys, all right. Say you're on your first date. The vibe is there, and you're making out and blah 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 blah. Okay. Actually, let me create a slightly different scenario. Okay, say you're a woman. Okay, most of you guys in the chat are women. Let me explain it to you like this. If you're a woman, this is why it's probably good to sleep with somebody on the first date. Because if you're, let's just say you were raised proper and you were like, oh, we should wait. And I know this has happened. And I'm trying to just give you guys some advice because there's no logical reason why you should do this to yourselves. This is why. Because you're going to wait and you're going to get all hot and heavy and everything's going to be great. And there's this chemistry between the two of you. And then the 3 or 4 dates go by and it's just fantastic. And tonight's the night, right? Tonight is the night. Okay. And then the same chemistry's there. You guys are just, you're lightheaded from how high you are off the sexual chemistry. You know what I mean? You know that feeling? If you haven't felt that feeling, then there's something wrong with you. But then get your clothes off. Dude is ready and he's just like, are you ready? And just, yes, I'm ready. And then dude pulls out his dick and it's fucking like an inch long. And then you're like, you overlook this and you're like, okay, fine. And then the dude blows his load in a second. He blows his load in 30 seconds. Now you've committed to this. Now you've already said, I love you until we're in a relationship. We're not sleeping together. Now you've committed to this. Now you're stuck with it. Now you're an asshole if you break up with this person because he's got a small dick and he blew his load in 30 seconds and that's just the way that he fucks. Now you're stuck with that shit. And if you're not, then people are going to say you're a whore, right? People are going to say you're a whore anyway, no matter what. If you're in that situation, you get out of it, or you have to just live with that. You're stuck with it. You know what I mean? So now, men, if you sleep with someone on the first date, right? And you're good, okay? You burn that shit the fuck down, okay? And you're in a very social setting. Let's say you're in college, okay? Right? Let's say you're in college and you hook up with a girl, it's the first date, and like I said, you burn her the fuck down. I'm talking geysers. You know, you rock her goddamn world, right? Guess what happens? That girl is going to talk to another girl about how you rocked her world, and then another girl, and then another girl, and then your college life is going to be sweet apple pie the entire time. Okay? Simple. Same thing goes for documentaries. First documentary, you make that documentary come 20 times, right? Just like Turtle Boy did the Court TV interview. That Court TV interview busted like 4 nuts. You know what I mean? And so what's going to end up happening is people are going to want more interviews with Turtle Boy. Once that circulates and once this picks up, once this gets traction, the word's going to spread. Court TV is going to talk to their girlfriend. Court TV already talked to all of its girlfriends about Turtle Boy. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, you absolutely fuck on the first date when it comes to choosing a documentary. Why not? It doesn't hurt anything.
So I called Karen, and Karen was like, "Oh gosh, Nat, did you hear about Aiden in the documentary? You know, this really makes me nervous. You know, I haven't even gone to trial yet. I haven't even been exonerated. Why is he thinking about a documentary?" And I said, "I know. I told him that I think he needs to slow his roll and just wait till things play out. You know, like with Scott Peterson, there isn't just one Scott Peterson documentary. There's like 8 of them. And there's..."
So what is your point? Because you're just contradicting yourself now. Yeah, there's like 8 Scott Petersons. It doesn't matter. Like, if this case is popular enough, which it will be, if enough people are talking about it, there are going to be just a shit ton of documentaries that are going to be made. From Netflix on down. HBO Max probably. Who knows? This story is so crazy. So, and I understand Karen Reed saying, "Oh, well, why is he thinking about a documentary?" But he's not thinking. I mean, he is, sure. But if they're contacting him about it, you know, and he's concerned with this story taking traction, then yeah, it's a great idea to do a documentary. If you're trying to spread the word on Karen Reed's side of the story, instead of just all of the other media outlets that are just kind of making it out to be like there's all these delays because Karen Reed is just dodging shit, then you know what I mean? That's not good. But if there's an opportunity to share Karen Reed's story and he's the only one doing it, and he has all of these discoveries from his investigation, all of these findings from his investigation, his independent investigation, to bring to the table and get a platform to where it gets so much reach, that's a good thing. So of course, I understand him as a journalist saying, yeah, it's a documentary is great. That's why I'm thinking about a documentary. Of course. Why wouldn't I? But Karen Reed, I think it's very telling that Karen Reed is not concerned about a documentary. If Karen Reed is simply trying to affect the public image and trying to effectively make it difficult to select a jury, well, then she would have jumped all over and been excited about said documentary. Would she not have? I think it's very telling on Karen Reed's part that, according to Natalie, she was not interested in a documentary. I'm on trial for my life. Why the fuck is anybody thinking about a documentary right now? So Natalie is very much right here not putting up a good argument for herself at all. What does this say here? I'm not done, Patsy. I'm a savvy businesswoman I'm not some patsy, is what she meant to say. I'm a savvy businesswoman who analyzes and is strategic about everything. I also have feeling. Nothing is worse than feeling humiliated. Maybe for once I put myself first. Now I will. It's showtime, folks. So that is allegedly a text from Natalie that is basically threatening to do what we're listening to right now. Dave's channel, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. But right's on. The West Memphis 3 is a great example. The West Memphis 3 is a fantastic example. Paradise Lost was made by HBO, and that gained so much popularity that people in popular culture started to catch on. Now, I don't know if it's going to end up doing that. I don't know if this is going to end up trending to some point where Mark Wahlberg and, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck start fucking getting involved because they're Boston locals. They're Boston natives. I don't know if it's going to gain that kind of traction. I don't know. But the thing is if it were to do that, it would be very effective, because with the West Memphis 3, it definitely gained that kind of traction. That documentary was made, and then like the Dixie Chicks got all involved in it. Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam got all involved in it, and it became a big thing. So don't do it, Sherry. So a documentary could absolutely be effective here.
From different viewpoints, from the Rocha family, from his sister-in-law, from just the general media. So Karen sounded really nervous, and she was like, you know what, Natalie, I had a really bad day. I need to unplug. Let's talk about this tomorrow. But in the back of my mind, I could tell she was really worried. So I called Aiden. I said, Aiden, do me a favor. Send me a screenshot of the email. I just want to make sure it's not some like D-list or C-list producer or documentary person. So he sent me the screenshot of the email. And what I did is I cropped it just down to the signature. And I sent it to my client, who's won like 6 to 8 Emmys because she's a director. She's a pilot director. And I texted it to her and I said, hey, do you know these people?
Okay. 6 to 8 Emmys, bro. Because she's a pilot director. I hate this. Like, my cup is full and I have just this little tiny bit of coffee that I want to like top it off with. We did it. 6 to 8 Emmys. And she's a pilot director. Now, I mean, I don't know that much about it, but I'm like, a pilot is the one episode. It's the very first episode that they film in order to pitch to a network. That's what they do. Nobody sees the pilot. Very rarely. They usually reshoot it with a bigger budget if it gets picked up. Clubber, no. Go lie down, dude. It usually, nobody sees the pilot. So how does a pilot win an Emmy? Is what I want to know. How does a pilot win an Emmy? So she's a pilot director and has won 6 to 8 Emmys. All right.
And like an hour later, she texts me back and she's like, oh my God, how the universe works. 2 of my favorite people, Natalie and Brian, 2 of my favorite people naturally collide. Oh, I won 2 Emmys with him on these shows, blah, 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 blah. They're the best people. They're the nicest people. They're great to work with. So I called Aiden. I said, Aiden, you're in luck. These people are actually legit and they're actually really nice, good people. So then I text Karen. But like when you text after every sentence, you hit return. And so I like texted Karen hey, all is good.
Not everybody does that. Let's see what this text says. You called me about the documentary, texted Karen, and she said she's uncomfortable about you doing the documentary now. And you should slow down to make sure these people are legit. So I texted my client, Corin Nelson, who is a 5-time Emmy winner. Again, a 5-time Emmy winner, which is a little different than 6 to 8, which tells you right there that she embellishes. Right there, that's an indication that she exaggerates in order to embellish, in order to make something grander than it really is, and which is also synonymous with someone who is a fucking liar. So 5 Emmys here, but of course she tells Tully here that it's 5 or 6 to 8, excuse me. So I texted my client, Corin Nelson, who is a 5-time Emmy winner. Again, a 5-time Emmy winner. Hold on. Let me do something here. You said Corin Nelson, right? Yeah. Okay. Or Corinne Nelson? Corinne Nelson? Let's see right here. Yeah, she is a 5-time Emmy winner with 1 nomination. She's known for Sexology with Shan Boodram, The Rosie O'Donnell Show, Chelsea Lately, Holidays with the Hughes. Okay. And she's a producer. So what does she win? Okay, so she probably won Emmys for being a producer, which makes sense. So Face to Face with Becky G, Sexology with Shan Boodram, The Drew Barrymore Show, Holidays with the Hughes, Breakthrough with Dr. Steve Perry, Makeup or Breakup, Sci-Fi Live from Comic-Con, According to Chris Lee, Big Star, Little Star, Hacking Robot, Sci-Fi Presents Live from Comic-Con, Geeks Who Drink, The Queen Latifah Show, The Nate Berkus Show. It's On with Alexa Chung. Now, nothing against Corin here. Corin's obviously a very well accomplished in her career. Corinne or Corin, I'm not sure how you pronounce her name. I apologize for mispronouncing it if I have. Nothing against her, but I found it really funny that Natalie here is saying that she is very wary about Aiden going with some B TV producer, some sleazy B TV producer, when this producer does like Rosie O'Donnell's show and Drew Barrymore show, daytime television with a targeted demographic of people without jobs. I mean, let's be honest here. A targeted demographic for people without jobs. So Natalie, this is not anything against Corinne or Corin. It's not anything against her at all whatsoever. I'm saying that it's telling of Natalie's actual motives. She just simply wants control. She's contradicting her own. The motives that she's trying to put off to convince Turtle Boy and Karen, she's failing at. She's trying to mask what she really wants because she knows that it's an agenda, which would make it a hidden agenda. But it's not very hidden, is it? Because she's not very good at hiding it. She's trying to say, she's trying to control, hey, don't go with this person, don't go with that person. I want to make sure that I approve, basically, who you go through. You don't just go with the first producer, but, oh, look, I know a producer, and it's a 5-time Emmy winner, but, she produces daytime television. and a pilot director. So it's funny to me that she's so concerned about the best possible choice for Aiden. This is the picture she's painting, that she is trying to provide Aiden with all of these options and tell him, hey, you have options, dude. You absolutely have options. And then it's like, oh, look, but my friend here produces the Drew Barrymore show. You know? Like, where one half of the audience is hungover and the other half of the audience is either disabled, elderly, or or got a pile of used tissue around them because there's nothing else on TV. Price is Right is over.
All is good. These people are legit. I sent it to my client. You guys have nothing to worry about. So then the next morning, I wake up to like a scathing text from Karen saying that I inserted myself into the documentary and something along the lines of that my only interest was to be in a documentary, which is not true.
Okay. So Karen called her the fuck out. Karen totally just basically called her out on everything that I have been saying up to this point. Karen absolutely called her out on it. Here she is talking about Karen calling her out on it, saying that all you're interested in is this documentary. She sees right through her. Karen knows that she is full of shit. I love this.
Not true. I had no interest. And I really did this for Aiden because I kind of felt bad for him because I felt like he was a struggling blogger. He has 2 kids.
Oh, yeah. Poor Aiden. I'm doing this for Aiden. I'm doing this for poor Aiden who can barely rub 2 nickels together, right? I mean, lady, stop it. Fucking stop it. I'm doing this. I'm doing this for Aiden. So immediately, as soon as Karen is going, dude, listen, I see right through your bullshit. You're not fucking fooling me. I'm seeing right through your bullshit. She's like, no, it's not me. It's Aiden. He's the one who needs this. And the reason why I'm doing this for Aiden, not for me, because I'm not getting anything out of this except, but if Aiden gets this, it's going to help him out so much. I'm just doing this for him because he needs the money. He needs the money. No, bro, you're doing this for you. You're doing this for you. Like, Aiden does not need, Turtle Boy does not need Natalie to do anything as far as public relations go. Did Natalie facilitate the interview with Court TV? Did Natalie facilitate the YouTube appearances that he's made? I never spoke to Natalie to get Turtle Boy here. All it takes is reaching out to him. Hey, man. that's literally all it takes. Hey, man, would you be down to do a show? It's literally all it takes. Like, and he's so passionate about getting the word spread, he'll jump on anybody's fucking channel. He's so passionate about getting the word spread. So it's like, why does he need her? For what? I mean, dude, I mean, you listen to the guy, he's doing fine. He's doing fine. He has so much support. You know how many times he stops his show to read off donations? Because his channel's not monetized. But he takes the time to read off the donations because people support him. They support and value what he does, which is actually investigating things. He doesn't need Natalie to get that kind of support. He doesn't need anybody to get that kind of support. It's crazy that she is acting like that she is this integral part of everything.
He lives, so just for lack of a better saying, paycheck to paycheck. And I thought,
how the fuck do you know?
Anyway, so so that's why I vetted that. And Karen took it the wrong way. And then after that, Karen never called me, didn't want to talk about it, didn't want to hear my side of the story.
No, Karen got it right. That's the point. Karen got it right. This whole time, I've been pointing out what within her language, within Natalie's own language, and spewing all of this bullshit, she's showing her motives of being involved. She's you know, you're what did Walken say in True Romance? You're telling me nothing, but you're telling me everything. You're telling me nothing, but you're telling me everything. That's what she's doing right here. She's been doing this, and doing this, and doing this, and doing this because she has been talking about this documentary nonstop in this interview. She is proving through her own words and through her own volition, she is proving Karen Reed right by her accusation that she is stating Karen Reed accused her of. That's coming from her. Natalie is the one saying that Karen Reed accused her of having this motive of only wanting to be in a documentary. And here she's been leading up to this. This whole time she's been showing us this. But it's funny because all you have to do is just listen to the fact that here she is talking about, she is being interviewed by Tully, and all she could talk about is the documentary. The documentary is the nucleus of her entire interview. It's very, very telling.
The story. So I said to Aiden, I told Aiden, I said, Karen just like lost her shit. Like what, like I get she's under a lot of pressure, but come on, you know, over that. So in the meantime, my client gives the producer my name and he texts me and he said, I would love to meet with you. Can you come to Sony Studios and meet me? And I said, no, but you can come to my factory. So he came and met with me and he told me that this wasn't a documentary about Aiden. It was a documentary that they want to do about this popularity about armchair detectives. And he gave me the example about that young couple that traveled cross country in a trailer and taped it.
Yeah,
and it ended up that the boyfriend strangled her. I heard it, Gabby
Petito.
And that's right. And he said that it wasn't the FBI or the feds or the authorities that solved the case. It was the armchair detectives. So
that's false. That's not true. And that documentary would be shit. In my opinion, that documentary would be shit if that's what they believe, because they didn't do their due diligence. The Gabby Petito case was not solved by armchair detectives. Now it was basically, I want to say, the solving of it was due to the findings of a YouTuber. Okay. But this was not a true crime YouTuber. This was somebody who simply had a camper and had a camera on their camper. And as they traveled, they made YouTube videos. Okay. These are just people who had a YouTube channel and they were like, we're going to document our adventures, our travel adventures. Just a nice family who was traveling, and the whole world was talking about Gabby Petito. Okay? The whole world. And this guy got home and realized the time frame, because he knew about the case. Now he wasn't trying to solve anything. He knew about the case, and he just so happened to be editing a video that he was making for his own channel and saw Gabby and Brian Laundrie's van. Well, it was Gabby's van, but Gabby Petito's van. He saw the van. He could pick up the license plate number. The whole world was looking for this missing woman. So he's like, holy shit. He's like, okay, and he put two and two together. Well, we were traveling in that area where they're saying that she went missing from and blah, blah, blah. And sure enough, when he gave law enforcement the location of where he picked up the van on camera, the law enforcement found Gabby's body near there. So it was just a fluke. It was just an accident. A guy happened to be editing a video and saw, basically, it wasn't an armchair detective that solved the case. It was how spreading the word on a missing person can be effective, because everybody was looking out. That's all it was. And this was just a very good Samaritan who happened to have been looking out. So he went to law enforcement. Law enforcement was like, okay. And they searched the area, and there's where they found Gabby's body. So if this documentary states that it was an armchair detective, well, I don't trust this documentary to handle something as complicated as the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case. I just don't trust them. I don't trust them if they can't get that simple aspect right, because there was nothing complicated about the Gabby Petito case. It was very simple. This girl went missing. Her family was freaking out. The boyfriend's family who killed her, the boyfriend who killed Gabby, nobody knew this yet, but they weren't cooperating with law enforcement. They lawyered up. So she's missing, he's missing. They went camping with the guy and everything, and then he went and supposedly killed himself and committed suicide in the woods while he was on the road. I mean, so what made everyone mad is that the Laundries were not cooperating with law enforcement. And that made the whole world mad, and everybody was talking about it and yelling and screaming about it. And that's what made the case so popular, was the fact that his family was not cooperating. So that's not complicated. This case is complicated as fuck. There's so many names, so many people involved.
So this guy, Brian, wanted to do a documentary on all the armchair detectives. But Aiden, being such an egomaniac, made it like, no, they want to do a documentary on me. So then when the fellow was here, he asked if I would be interested in being part of the documentary, since I'm like the goose that laid the golden egg. And I said, absolutely not. I want no part of the documentary. I don't want to be involved with like.
She's the goose that laid the golden egg. Uh-huh. Yeah. Listen, again, you got to pay attention to her language. This is how she sees herself. This wasn't someone else's words. This wasn't the way anybody else described her. This is how she's describing herself. The goose that laid the golden egg. So I guess you're the one who did all the investigating, right? You're the one that uncovered all of the facts that the Proctors and the McCabe's have a personal relationship. You're the one who discovered all of these things, right? You're the one who found out about Lucky and the Ford Edge, right? You're the one who uncovered all of these things. You're the goose that laid the golden egg, not Turtle Boy's hard work, right? You're the goose that laid the golden egg. Why? Because you manipulated yourself as a middle person between an inevitable professional relationship that was bound to happen. Whether it would have been you, do you really think that Turtle Boy would not have contacted Karen Reed, would not have been able to contact Karen Reed somehow or another on his own if he really needed to? Do you really think that his work that he's done would not have attracted some sort of contact? I mean, this to say that you are the goose that laid the golden egg is just very telling about you. And here you're saying that you absolutely not. You refuse to be in the documentary. I call bullshit. I call total bullshit. And maybe you didn't want to be in the documentary. That's possible. But I bet you at least wanted a finder's fee or something to that effect. I'll bet money on it. You wanted a finder's fee or something to that effect. Because nobody says stuff like laying the goose, referring to themselves as the goose that laid the golden egg, wanting to take all this credit. Because you were screaming for the recognition. You were screaming for recognition as far as your role in the connection between Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. So you want something.
Like any kind of case, like no way. I said, but I do have a question. I said, how do we go about getting Aiden an agent, an entertainment agent, and an entertainment lawyer? And he giggled and he goes, Aiden told me he has an attorney. And I said, yeah, but that's probably just some like Massachusetts attorney that doesn't know entertainment, because you need an entertainment attorney here in Hollywood. I said, what about an agent? And he goes, Natalie, I'm going to be very.
You see what she's planning on, dude? Dude, do you think, you know how many YouTubers end up in a documentary? You know what I'm saying? Do you think if that ever happened to me that I'd be like, oh, I need to get an entertainment lawyer. I need to get this. I'm going to be like, all right, well, what do you want me to do? Do I need to come to you? Like, how does this work? That's it. I'm not going to be like, I need to get an entertainment. They'll cut me a fucking check if I'm lucky. You know? Thanks. Like, it's nothing. Dude, I was on a fucking Spanish Telemundo show piercing some kid. Some 19-year-old kid, right? Like, the whole thing was, I mean, the shit was seen like in every fucking Spanish-speaking home. And like, yeah, Caso Cerrado was the name of the show. They filmed it in Hialeah, where I used to live. And they called the tattoo shop up and they were like, hey, we need a body piercer. I was like, okay. And then I was like, yeah. They were like, we'll pay you $100. And I was like, okay, cool. $100, but you also got to pay me for the piercing and the jewelry. Like, that's not coming out of my 100. That's it. Like, I wasn't thinking, oh man, woo, this is the big time. You know, like it's, you know how many people like I know that have been on documentaries? Dude, my buddy Sean, like, you know how many fucking ID episodes because of that case that I was talking about? You know how many fucking ID channel episodes and shit that he's done? He doesn't have an entertainment lawyer. The dude drives a fucking Volkswagen. You know what I mean? Has a job. Goes to the gym. You know, that's it.
Very honest with you, I don't know any agent that would take him on. And then he explained to me that the way these documentaries work is they get the rights to his blogs for 18 months, which means that he cannot then sign and do another documentary. He can't do 3 documentaries within 18 months. He would not get paid, but what it is it'll boost his popularity, and there'll be about 8 million viewers. And it wasn't Netflix. What they do is they go to HBO, they go to Hulu, they go to Amazon Prime, Netflix, you know, anything else that's whatever. And they go with the pilot of the documentary or with an intro, whatever it is, or a trailer of it. And then the highest bidder is the one who takes it. Okay. So then I left it at that. And I didn't hurt Aiden's feelings and tell him that you're not going to get an agent because no one. And I never Googled him too, which is another big mistake. I never thought to Google him. And if
dude, Turtle Boy doesn't need an agent, bro. He's not auditioning for a fucking Lifetime movie, bro. He doesn't need a fucking agent. It's okay. Like, it'll work literally the same way that it like YouTubers book them, you know, except there's money involved. How much are you going to pay me? Okay, cool. You know, maybe a lawyer to make sure that they pay him what he agrees to or what they agree to. Maybe. But it's not like it's an agent, you know. Turtle Boy, how's it going, baby? Listen, I got that script, babe. You're perfect. They love you. Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite? Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me. All right, got you the part. That's not what's going on here. That's not what's going on here. It's okay. There's a documentary. Sit down with us for a few hours and tell us everything. And then they edit it down. Like, and they cut him a check. He doesn't have to audition for it. He's not, you know, like, the dude is perfectly capable of like negotiating his own prices, I'm sure. Or between him and his lawyer.
And if I did Google him, I would have never gotten involved because of just the filthy stuff about him on there.
Turtle Boy is him.
Yes, yeah. Yes, yeah. And so then after this, I was like, you know what? I started getting sick because I was upset that Karen still never reached out to me when I thought I was a good friend and I thought we were friends. And she knows that I live a very comfortable life. So what would a documentary mean to me? You know, like I live a very comfortable life. And for her to just so coldly throw me away, I was a little hurt. So I asked Aiden, you know, like, have you talked to Karen? Like,
why were you hurt? Like, what do you care? Like, you're literally, what are you hurt about? Let's be honest. Because you just said, I mean, at no point did you say that you guys were close friends. You know, you were excited about being in the middle of shit between her and Aiden. That's what you were excited about. So you are hurt because you are no longer included in something that would provide you with some sort of clout. because that is the nature of that. Again, is the nucleus of your relationship with these people. The nucleus of your relationship with these people is Karen Reed's case, not her friendship, not her trust, not her loyalty. You were interested in nothing other than being involved somehow in her corner and being like sitting next to her in court or having your picture taken with her. Shit like that was absolutely on your mind because there's nothing else that you would be interested in. You were simply cut out. And why were you cut out? Because you were overstepping boundaries about a documentary. A documentary who you continue to describe to us how much you talked about it and then tell us that Karen Reed got sick of hearing you talk about it and then cut you off because it came off like that's what you were interested in. When what you're doing in this interview is exactly that and letting us all know that all you were interested in was that documentary because you're describing your interaction with them as the nature being this documentary. You want this documentary somehow. You can sit here and tell me the words, I don't care about a documentary, but you can't, that saying those words does not hide the fact that every action surrounding you saying those words implies that all you care about is this documentary. So Karen Reed called your ass out and did so accurately because I'm seeing it right here. I'm seeing it in your interview with Tully. I'm seeing it clearly. I'm not even like looking for it because all I'm hearing is documentary, documentary, documentary. And I'm also hearing you doing everything you can to facilitate this documentary and have a hand in this documentary being made, to be some part of it. When nobody needs you for that. Nobody does.
Like, did you mention me? And he's like, no. And I said, well, why? And he's like, well, I don't want to get involved. Like, that's between you and her. And I was like, but can't you like try to talk to her and smooth things over and let her know that I inquired about the documentary just to make sure that you guys weren't going to bed with the wrong people? And he's like, no, I don't want to get involved. You girls are all cunts, you know, and you're all unreasonable and you can't talk to women and da 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 da. So I left it at that. And then
what date is this?
Boy, cunt.
End of June, beginning of July. Okay. And then I decided for my mental health, it would be best for me to leave the groups. So I left the Free Karen Reed group and the Justice O'Keefe group. I left that group and then I went to Europe. I went to Germany to visit my family with my eldest daughter, and we had jet lag major, and my 12-year-old and I would be up until like 3, 4 in the morning. And I got bored and I joined the group. And I noticed this fellow by the name of Nick Rocco.
No, you didn't get bored. You missed being involved. You needed involvement. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, no.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Funky Fresh app. Did they get on their first class flight back to Logan with a big nothing? Most likely. Funky Fresh app. Thank you so much. This is just fascinating to me, dude. Like, So it says here, while the first time anyone in the entire state of Massachusetts has ever had etiquette to properly thank me or at least acknowledge my efforts. Hold on. I want to read what this says here. Could you please talk to Karen about there's no need for her to be mad at me? This is so ridiculous that she's ignoring me. I could try, but I'm really not comfortable playing mediator. I don't want to be in the middle. It's not being mediator. You can tell her that I'm upset and don't get why she's so bitter. I don't have to be in the middle. Just be like, hey, you don't have to be in the middle. Just be like, hey, lighten up. Again, trying to control this dynamic between Turtle Boy and Karen. Not even realizing that this is exactly what's making them feel uncomfortable.
You don't have a law degree. Trust me. It's okay to talk about the grand jury. Trust me. And then he goes and
I went too far.
Ask about the grand jury and jury. And he called Karen and he called Aiden and he said, you guys can't ask about the grand jury. And
Totally.
Turtle, you can't do your blogs asking about information about the grand jury. This is highly confidential information. So Aiden did an impromptu, and that first part was dedicated to Sean on the Gulf, saying where he said something along the lines of like, hey, let me make something straight about the grand jury. Trust me, like the whole trust me part. You don't have a law degree. Trust me. It's okay to talk about the grand jury. Trust me. And then he goes, and now I want to talk about the t-shirts.
Before we go to the t-shirts, can we talk about the grand jury part?
Yeah.
So what was being posted on the sites?
I don't know because I wasn't on. But I guess somebody said like, oh, my friend.
Dude, what fucking good are you, lady? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like she's just fluffing herself the whole fucking time, you know? Like it's like masturbation. It's so bizarre.
My friend is on the grand jury and she said that we meet every Thursday. Something like that is what I heard from somebody.
But this is June of 2023? Or there's someone who's on the grand jury that indicted Karen?
I don't know, but they talked about grand jury. So I don't know like very specific like that.
Okay.
And so Sean on the Golf removed it. Turtle got really mad. Karen was mad, I guess. I don't know, but I heard she was mad. And so Aiden does this impromptu. And so the first half, as I mentioned, is dedicated to Sean on the Golf. And then the second half is dedicated to Erica Humphrey Davis, Erica Davis Humphreys, who's actually Karen Ahern.
Turtle Boy be like,
Sean on the Golf. This one's going out to you, buddy.
And to me. And he says, and now let's get something straight about the t-shirts. All 100% of the t-shirts go to me. This is my livelihood. This is how I get paid. And you fucking cunts, is what he said. And I can send you the impromptu. I think I may have even sent it to you. So the first cunt was Karen. And then I'm the snotty cunt who mentioned etiquette, that the etiquette would be. And he goes, and the snotty cunt who blocked me, because I blocked him a long time ago. And then I blocked Jennifer Altman because I know she's been a turtle writer for like 5 years. And so after this impromptu, I got scared because I thought that they were going to pull photos of my kids and do like a YouTube thing about me and poke fun at my weight or whatever. I don't know. I didn't want to be one of his ratchets. But everybody was like, not everybody. I say everybody like I was talking to a bunch of people. I was only talking to like 5 to 8 people, if you include Aiden and Karen. So in the back of my mind, I was upset with Aiden. And I thought, how dare he?
Bro, that's already more people than I talk to on social media. Like 5 to 8 people. That's already more people than I talk to.
Could have called me and said, Natalie, why do you write that? Why do you write that about the t-shirts? And So then Sean on the golf told me about, he called me and he's like, did you see the impromptu about us? And I was like, no. And he's like, go on right now. And so I listen, and then I hear the t-shirts part, and I was like, wait a minute, what? So then I go in the group and I look, and I see the little turtle in the R or the A of Reed. And I didn't even notice that it had something to do with turtle. So I would have thought that the etiquette thing to do would have been to just call me and been like, Natalie, why do you write that? You know, but then instead he does this like outlandish post, you know, he doesn't say my name. So in the back of my mind, I thought, you know, I'm going to get this guy back one day. I just don't know how.
I'm reading this that he's got put up here. It says, and that's so wonderful of him, but Karen is in such a fragile state that we really need to step it up big time. Like the red carpet idea is wonderful, but we should get a business sponsor to buy that carpet and put their logo on. Wow, dude. Like, get the fuck out of my face, lady. Like, what are you trying to pull here? Dude, I can't even imagine a scenario where I'm even thinking about that. A fucking red carpet with some company's logo on it. Like, what is she imagining here? An award show type thing? Where there's fucking red carpet and there's, you know, and then they're standing there and there's cameras flashing with a fucking, with a, you know, Red Bull all over a wall behind them, you know, standing there in some nice gown. What the fuck is she thinking? Dude, this lady is off her shit. Like, this is totally, how do you feel, bro? Like, you went all the way to California to talk to that asshole. You know how a jury's gonna look at her? You know what I mean? You went all the way to fucking California to get that. Come on, dude.
How? But I'm not a vindictive person where I'm going to set up a fake account and smear or egg their house or whatever, however people retaliate. So my way of getting him back was smart. So I was in Germany with my daughter and we had jet lag for basically the whole trip. And I noticed that Nick Rocco was doing a fundraiser for these, he was raising money to hire the trucks going up and down in front of the courthouse. And I noticed, and then Nick said, oh, these are all the slides. And I noticed that Turtle's logo was on every single slide. And I've done fundraising for the interior design community. And I know that logo placement is very valuable. So I reached out to him and to Nick Rocco. And I said, hey, Nick, great job on the fundraising. But by the way, is Turtle paying for the logo placement? And I thought, I'm going to get him back this way.
All right. So here, this is Natalie saying, one day soon you will learn who I am. I went to university with Karen. If it weren't for me, Turtle would have all the information he had for his first 29 blogs. Wow. Wow, lady. I mean, she sounds a little salty. I mean, I've seen what salt looks like, bro. I've seen table salt, seen sea salt, and then I've seen social media salt, and that shit is fucking social media salt right there. One day soon, you will learn who I am. I went to university with Karen. If it weren't for me, Turtle would have all the information he had his first 29 blogs. Fascinating. Salty and dusty.
So I told him, I said, you know, the business and savvy way to do it is, yes, offer Turtle to buy logo placement at $1,000 per logo. But in the meantime, in the group, hit up CPAs, bakeries, barbershops, auto mechanics, auto body places. So I was giving him like business advice, and he was like, "Oh, that's a great idea." So he removed those 4 slides, and he removed the logo, and then he posted, "Hey, anyone want to put their logos up? We're going to put them up for sale for $500." And I told Nick, like, why did you undersell it? Like, you got to be aggressive in business, you know, and you could have sold them. But anyway, within 2 or 4 hours, all logo placements were sold. And I figured I won the smart way. I got Turtle's logo off, and I did it without smearing him or talking about his, whatever, however they smear him, you know, I'm not low like that. And then, I formed,
come on, man,
not a bond, not a relationship, but I kind of, coached Rocco on how to fundraise. And I told him, I said, you get sponsors to buy the bracelets and you give those sponsors credit, and then you sell the bracelets for $10 a pop. He wanted to just somebody buy the bracelets or nobody buy the bracelets. I don't know what his thought was. And I told him too, and then you get sponsors for postage also, like, and you give those businesses credit, and then they use that as a marketing expense, you know, especially with the bus going up and down with the 4 slides.
Oh my God,
they
I don't
can
care.
use that as a marketing expense. And he was like, "Oh, that's a great idea, whoop-de-whoop." So anyways, I was like, "Great, I got them back." And then where I messed up, and I admit this. This is where I messed up.
She admits it. Make sure you know.
Nick
she has to say it twice.
Did not understand.
She admits that.
How Karen knew he got beat up in the house. He just did not get it. And I tried to explain it. And I was like, you know what? Forget it. So I sent him the link to the Scanlon tape. And that was my fault. I backstabbed Aiden, but at this point, I wasn't really fond of him. And I feel bad for doing that. That was a wrong move. And I admit that was a wrong move.
Okay.
And I also told Nick in a text, in a thing, that another thing that made me uncomfortable about Aiden is that him being a married man with 2 kids and a daughter, and me being a married woman, and
Okay,
me
yeah.
being friends with Karen, and me
I'm
being
trying to be
married
better.
with 2 daughters.
I'm trying to be better about reading the text messages out loud when they show up. But I read the chat too. Let's see. What are you saying here? You see in the messages, I don't feed into her drama bullshit. That's why she got all pissy with me. Karen had been warning me about her. She cut her off way before I did. See, that makes sense. You know, like that makes sense. And yeah, it's just very funny. And so, yeah, so I guess there's a group here. And a lot of Facebook groups have like these private chats between like the moderators or the administrators. So I guess this is more or less what I'm looking at here. The girl, Lauren, who runs his Facebook, she's an angry little woman, very curt with people, zero warmth. I don't know who she is. Nick says, I don't know who she is. And then she says, she has the personality of an empty beer bottle. You're not missing out. She asked me where I was from. Then I told her, and to be polite, I asked her where she's from. She told me London. I told her I was just there in October and how much I love the city. She asked me what I loved about it. When I listed blah, 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 nice things about it, London, she was okay. I mean, so she just, yeah. Nobody cares about you in London.
I found it very odd that he would tell me that when this is all said and done, that Karen owes him a blowjob. And I wrote that to Nick. So like 3 or 4 weeks ago, I had COVID, and I get an alert that Turtle Boy's live. And I look, and it's the Scanlon tape. And I was like, there's no way he's sharing this. He got hacked. And I guess he pushed, from what I hear from then Sean on the Golf and Jay Robert were the only two people I was keeping in touch with at this point. I was only keeping in touch with two people at this point, that Turtle hit the wrong button on YouTube and published that by mistake for 13 minutes.
Okay, that doesn't happen.
And what did Rocco do?
That doesn't
He
happen.
right away sends screenshots to Aiden about not only me sending the Scanlon tape, but about my comment that he's a pig for saying that Karen owes him a blowjob. And then Aiden says to me, "You're the reason why I'll never trust anybody again." And I didn't even reply because I figured he's not a reasonable person. And I've tried to plead with him about things, and
I mean, it
he
just
has
doesn't.
no concept.
Yeah, like it doesn't. It just doesn't mesh well to say things that you can't, especially that you can't prove. Like you're sitting here saying something happened that should easily be proven. That he posted a video on his channel with, at the time, almost 50,000 subscribers, and I mean, somebody would have snagged it. Somebody would have absolutely snagged it. Somebody would have screen recorded it, something. And it's just nowhere to be found. If somebody has it, by all means. Somebody has Turtle Boy playing that tape, then okay. But nobody accidentally hits, go live unless you are set up to go live. Nobody accidentally posts a video. You have to it won't even let you post it unless you write a title. You have to give your video a title before it allows you to post it. So there's nobody that's accidentally, uploading a video on YouTube. That doesn't happen. You know exactly that you're uploading a video. So it's yeah, I just don't see how this is so sensitive. There's so much sensitive information. Turtle Boy's already been to jail for 60 days. And he's been to jail for 60 days. He was sitting in jail for 60 days when he could have pleaded out and walked out. Why? To protect the integrity of journalism. Why would he not stick to journalistic integrity if he's fighting for his First Amendment rights by sitting in jail? It makes no sense. Why would he not do one or the other? One hand washes the other. And they want to send him back in March 14th. And I'm sure they're going to try. What's up, Olivia? It's good to see you. And I'll have to listen later to I know you called into Sean on the Golf, but I was setting up for this and I missed it, but I want to listen to it.
A friendship or loyalty or just being a good human being. So I didn't even reply. And then I did reply. I actually did say, hey, I know you're mad at me, but I'm still, I wanted to keep it civil because I didn't want to be a ratchet. So I was like, well, I'll still be cheering from you from afar. Something like that. I left it very neutral, let's not make this war because I'm not doing war.
So what's the concern about the Scanlon tape? Did Turtle Boy share any concerns about the existence of that video?
Well, because he recorded it without Scanlon knowing.
How do you know that?
Because he was like, oh, when he sent it to me to send to Karen, it was not known, and he'd never shared it on his blogs. And then he would, and another thing I thought was odd was with Lucky Laughrin, the plow guy, Aiden said,
okay. We need to do a little deep dive into that real quick. Let's hear that one more time.
Because he was like, oh, when he sent it to me to send to Karen, it was not known, and he'd never shared it on his blog.
Okay. So at no point did she say he told me, or on the tape you could tell. At no point did she actually give a valid reason as to how she knew that Turtle Boy recorded this guy without him knowing. So Tully puts her on the spot, says, "How do you know that?" And then she's like, "Well, you could just tell. He didn't post it on his blog." Okay. I am sure. I am willing to bet money that Turtle Boy has evidence involving this case that he has not yet made public. I am willing to bet money on that. That's how sure I am. Guaranteed. Because that's what a journalist does. I mean, it's not, it would be absolutely naive to assume that Turtle Boy does not have evidence that he has not made public yet. And it would be naive to think that he wasn't the first to have it. At this point, he's established himself so much as far as what he has accomplished in this case. He has established himself so much to where it is naive to think that he did not have this stuff first, no matter what. So just because Turtle Boy did not put this recording on his blog, it does not indicate in any way, shape, or form whatsoever that that recording was taken without consent. There's no indication of that.
His blogs. And then he would, and another thing I thought was odd was with Lucky Laughlin, the plow guy, Aiden said several times that he has a photographic memory. But then I knew he recorded Scanlon, and you don't have a photographic memory like that. There's no photographic memory like that, especially verbatim like that. No, he should have prefaced it. If he were smart and savvy, he should have.
I'm still not
and he never shared it.
I'm still not hearing a reason why he was recorded without consent. I'm still not hearing that. I'm not going to play the song real quick. I'm just going to read this because I want to continue. I'm starting to send go for Aiden hiring Shannon Curry, therapist from Johnny Depp trial, to vet anyone prior to communicating with. Now that I don't know that I know that when you try to super chat, like it fucks with the text a lot. Like the autocorrect is shit on super chats. But Luna's mom, thank you. I think what you're trying to say is you're trying to get a GoFundMe going for Aiden to hire Shannon Curry, the therapist from the Johnny Depp trial, to vet anyone prior to communicating with him, which is just funny. Thank you so much, Luna's mom. I appreciate it. So I'm not hearing a reason why she thinks that this dude was recorded without permission.
It was not known, and he never shared it on his blogs. Okay. And then he would, and another thing I thought was odd was with Lucky Laughlin, the plow guy, Aiden said several times that he has a photographic memory. But then I knew he recorded Scanlon, and you don't have a photographic memory like that. There's no photographic memory like that, especially verbatim like that. No, he should have prefaced it.
First of all, Natalie, a photographic memory means exactly that. A photographic memory. A photographic memory would imply that someone can remember something verbatim. You know, like a photograph. That's why they call it a photographic memory, because it is a memory that would be as accurate as a photograph, because photographs are considered how it is. Something, if I see a squirrel and I tell people that squirrel was licking its ass, okay? And I say, for sure, that squirrel was licking its ass. I could also say, well, I got a picture of it. See? It's a photograph of a squirrel licking its ass. That is evidence. Verbatim is what verbatim means. That's what a photographic memory means, is that you can remember things verbatim.
If he were smart and savvy, he should have prefaced it like, oh, the conversation went somewhere along the lines of this. But he's like, no, I have a photographic memory, and that's just not believable. But no, the Scanlon tape was very obvious, and he sent it to me, and
how was it
he
obvious?
either sent it directly to Karen or I sent it to her. And then he also sent it to Erica Davis, who's Karen Ahern. And she's also one of the numbers I gave you because she all this time told me she's a Boston police officer and that she doesn't want to blow her cover. I think she's a pathological liar because she's actually a security guard for a hospital. But she would go to like the Alberts homes and the house with the swimming pool.
So wait. I think she's a pathological liar because I think she's a pathological liar because she's a security guard that works for a hospital. Because, you know, everything, listen, anytime I walk into a hospital from now on, as soon as I see a security guard, I'm gonna Larry David look at that person. I'm gonna be like, where's the gift shop? Security guard at the hospital. And then they're gonna go, well, it's down the hall, make a left. And then I'm gonna go, because security guards at the hospital are pathological liars. Lady, come on, dude.
And so she's the one that took pictures of the swimming pool. So if you go on his blogs, those are all from him. But then she had a falling out with Aiden because she was like, he's so unthankful. I'm not going to send him anything anymore. Somehow her and Sean on the golf, who's Sean McDonough in Florida, the retired 35-year DEA agent, him and Karen Ahern, aka Erica Davis Humphreys, they started a circle where they wanted to figure out, what do these cops all owe each other? Like, what favor does Proctor owe Brian that he did all this lying and planted evidence? And there's all these other officers, like, so they were trying to find out who owes who what favors
today, Junior.
And so McDonough, I also think, exaggerates and tries to make himself more significant and powerful than he is. But that was what they were working on with these 5 other police officers in Canton, retired FBI agents, or I don't know what the terminology was, but there was a think tank amongst them to figure out what these cops have on each other. And that's why they all covered up for each other and planted evidence and purposely misspelled names in documents.
You know how comforting that is to me, actually? Like, she's making it out to be like it's a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like, I find that very interesting You know how comforting it is to me to know that behind the scenes, because I've only spoken to Sean McDonough on this channel. We've texted and said thank you to each other and things like that, as far as setting up a live stream and just YouTube related stuff is what we've talked about. We've never actually spoken, not yet anyway. But you know how comforting it is to me to know that Sean McDonough behind the scenes is applying his experience as a retired DEA agent to try to figure out what motive, as an experienced law enforcement agent, he's racking his brain trying to figure out what motive Proctor and Buchnick and Brian Albert and all of these people would have to cover up this murder. I mean, that's exactly what I would want him to be focused on. If I was quarterbacking this whole thing and I had Sean McDonough on my team to sleuth this situation, I'd be like, okay, Peter, Sean, law enforcement guys, I need you to fucking put your brains together. Clubber, come on, buddy. Clubber's scratching himself and it's shaking the table. Thank you, buddy. You good? Okay. That's exactly what I would be doing. If I was quarterbacking the whole thing, I'd be like, Sean, anybody with law enforcement experience, I'd be like, I need you guys to be racking your brains to figure out what these guys all have in common. What is the common denominator between these officers behind the scenes, and why would they do this? That's exactly what I would do. You know how comforting it is to me to know that they did this shit anyway? You know what I mean? Not to say that they wouldn't have done it without me. I'm saying it's validating. You know what I mean? It's validating. It's nice to know that this is exactly what they were doing. It tells me that these guys were very, very serious about trying to get to the truth. That this isn't about clout. Like, that's a beautiful thing. Thank you, Sean.
And documents and stuff like that.
When was the last time you talked to Karen?
That night when it must have been June 15th, June 13th.
Okay. When was the last time you talked to him?
Well, when he got mad at me when I had COVID, like September 18th, but I never spoke to him. But, when I was in Germany, he posted that he's signing on with people with Netflix. So I was genuinely, out of everybody, I'm scared of him the most.
Oh my
God.
Tell me without telling me that totally chapped your ass as soon as you heard that. Like, Natalie, come on, bro. You're telling me everything, but you're telling me nothing, but you're telling me everything. Tell me without telling me that totally fucking chapped your ass. That here you're sitting here and you're trying to like get you're trying to facilitate all of this shit with documentaries and all this stuff with Aiden, and then he tells you that he's getting a deal with Netflix that you had fucking jack shit to do with. Jack shit. Nothing to do with. And now you're like, now I'm scared of him. Now I'm scared of him. Like, she went in the same breath. He tells me that he has got a deal with Netflix, and then now I'm scared of him. Like, immediately her instinct was to go to victim. Immediately. Her defense and offense for being a salty fuck was play victim. Boom, I'm a victim. Salt, victim. That's what happened right there. Her fucking brain filled up with salt, and then she became a victim.
I don't want him to like smear my name and make me a ratchet, even though I pay my bills. I don't have debt. I didn't have kids before 30. I'm married, you know, like there's nothing wrong. I don't do any, I have no criminal record, nothing. So there's nothing you can write about me. I'm not a drug addict. I don't do drugs. I don't abuse alcohol. You know, I live a very clean, fine life. So I was scared of him. And so sometimes I would message him to like, for lack of a better word, kiss his ass. I don't know
what you were doing the whole time.
So when I was in Germany, I wrote to him something like Mazel Tov about Netflix. And I wrote something about like, is it the Wahlberg brothers? And he said, I can't say.
Look at where her
And
brain goes
either
right
while I was
there.
in Germany or when I got back from Germany.
Why would you jump immediately to the Wahlberg brothers unless you're having some sort of fucking fantasy that involves the Wahlberg brothers? What do you talk? Why did your brain go there? Jody, welcome and thank you. Welcome to Logic. Why would your brain automatically go there? Right from Netflix to the Wahlberg brothers immediately. Like already she's thinking movie stardom. You know what I mean? Like as soon as I think Netflix documentary, I don't think right away. Like if they told me, okay, well, they're making a biopic, you know, like if they made like a movie about it, you know, and who would be cast, that's where I would be thinking along those lines. Sure. But why would the Wahlbergs automatically, just because it's Boston, automatically be involved in a documentary about a crime case?
We texted again, or we spoke, and he told me that it's the brothers that did the Netflix show, the Tinder Swindler. And it's a show about a guy who would borrow like $50,000 from one woman to rent private jets and take a bunch of other people and try to live this like rich life, and then scam and then keep telling this woman, I'm going to pay you back your money, and then get $75,000 from her and then pay her like crazy. So then when I was thinking about it, like Aiden's mind, he thinks that this documentary is going to be like, he's this investigative journalist, like gets down dirty, finds out the information. But really,
I mean, if they were going to make a documentary about Turtle Boy, that's exactly what they would do. If it was solely about Turtle Boy, sure. If it was solely about him, then why would they not do that? Evidence that he's uncovered is being used in the case. It's being used by Karen Reed's defense. So why would they not? That's not thinking outside of your realm. That's not being egotistical. That's being realistic. That's what he did. So I don't understand why she's sitting here acting like it's delusional. Now, I understand if it's not about him, but I guarantee you, if they were to do a Karen Reed, John O'Keefe documentary about the case, there's no way they can accurately tell that story without a Turtle Boy segment, at the very least. There's no way that they could accurately tell that story, this story, without a segment that features Turtle Boy and the things that he's uncovered. If they're going multi-episodes, which in order to properly cover this case, you would have to. Let's see. Turtle Boy saying, the documentary we are pitching is the Karen Reed story. Signing me to an exclusivity agreement gives the producers I signed with a huge advantage. There you go. There you go. It is a Karen Reed story. And again, you cannot accurately tell this story without at least
a major segment involving Turtle Boy and the things that he has uncovered in his investigation. He would absolutely have to be featured in this to accurately tell the story. You know how I know that? Because every fucking time I see Kara Reed come on the news, Turtle Boy's in there too. Every single time now. Every single time. Every time I see a 10 to 20 minute segment done by Law and Crime or Court TV or whatever, Turtle Boy is like, they always mention him. So there's, like I said, there's no way to accurately tell this story without, you know, whether you like it or not. You know what I mean? Like, there's people that hate Turtle Boy, and this bothers the fuck out of them because they just want him to shut up and go away. But that's not going to happen here. Because, again, man, you cannot put the toothpaste back in the tube. That's it. It's done. You cannot change the fact that Turtle Boy's investigations are playing a big part into this case. Right. Because anybody with eyes that is following this case, if you are a true crime producer of any type, you've got your eye watching this. You're watching this shit happen. You're watching this shit happening in real time. And you're already planning on making money off of it. Because Karen Reed, listen, it's even more intriguing. It's even more intriguing if you just don't even know if Karen Reed is guilty or innocent. You don't know. To just put the question out there. And this is exactly why we're asking the question. There's no way to accurately do that without an audience going, fuck. This is crazy. This is crazy. How in the fuck is the prosecution getting away with this? And I guarantee you the way that they're going to pitch it, or not the way that they're going to pitch it, but the way that they're going to paint this picture to some degree is, if Kara Reed is guilty, the fucking Norfolk County DA's office and down are responsible for her going free. If she's guilty, it is them who fucked this up. Nobody but the prosecution and the investigators nobody but them are responsible. They cost John O'Keefe justice. Period. Whether she's innocent or whether she's guilty, the fact of the matter is this prosecution has failed John O'Keefe and failed his loved ones of getting him justice. Period. And that is going to most likely be the premise. Oh, yeah. No, that's how things are, too. There's no guarantee that the documentary gets produced. They create a reel and try to sell it to various streaming networks. Many will try to pitch a story. Right. Now, when I first started on this, the thing I'm most proud of ever on YouTube and what I've done on YouTube, the thing that I'm most proud of is I was the only person to talk to Colton Harris Moore and have an extensive, and I won't call it an interview because I'm not a journalist. I refused to call it that then. And I was still very fresh on YouTube. I was doing streams from my bedroom. I just started going on camera because I was shy. And so I talked to Colton Harris Moore, who in the press was referred to as the Barefoot Bandit. And in those conversations that I've had with him, he explained how he sold the rights to his story, negotiated the price for the rights for his story, and that money went towards restitution to the people that he stole from. Now, the guy who wrote the script, this guy was supposed to write the script, is an Oscar-winning script writer, an Oscar-winning screenwriter, He wrote and he won an Oscar for best screenplay for Milk, the movie about Harvey Milk that Sean Penn was in. And the director was lined up to be Robert Zemeckis. Robert Zemeckis, who did the Back to the Future trilogy, Forrest Gump. He was lined up. Movie never got made. Nobody knows why. That's how easy it is for these things to just fall through. That's how easy it is for these things to fall through. But the thing is at the very least, there will be at some point down the line, somebody's going to pick up this documentary. It's too crazy of a story to not do so. It's too fucking wild.
Really, Tinder Swindler, The Tiger King, these documentaries are about these mentally insane people. And so I don't think he grasps that this isn't going to be like a complimentary, like, hey, go Aiden, great job. This is going to be like a mockery of him, like he's out of his mind. So that's that. And then, you know, on that tweet the other day, the lady said I contacted Netflix. I never contacted them. Actually, Sony contacted me, but Aiden ended up not going with Sony. So a lot of that's a lie. And that lien that they said about that I have a $31,000 lien, that's not true. That's from 2011 when my husband inherited a $3 million property from his late mother who died of cancer. She died, took like 2 years for her to die.
What's fascinating here is people. Guess who's still talking about a documentary in an official interview being conducted in an official interview where the guy conducting the interview traveled all the way across the country to interview this person, and she's still talking about the documentary, but she doesn't care about the documentary. People, she doesn't give a shit about it. No. But okay.
Die from cancer. And so when my husband inherited that property in 2000, she died in 2009. In 2011, we get a letter from the mail and the IRS that him as the heir, we have to pay her back taxes, and it was $31,000, and we paid it off within 16 months. So to make it like I am like this like deadbeat who doesn't pay my bills, I don't have any credit card debt, and to say like I work here for nepotism. You met my mom. If I wasn't good, she'd throw me out here, you know, and she wouldn't give me shareholders.
Oh, that must
and
be
she also
exhausting.
made it that in the will, I get 100% of the business and my brother gets none of the business. And my brother was fine with that because he says, I deserve it and I done a good job. So I was very, I realized what I'm dealing with, this nastiness, and I'm scared.
Going back to when there was this arrangement that Karen would send you things, then you would send them to Aiden.
That shit made no sense.
What was
she gave absolutely no reason to be afraid. She gave absolutely no reason to be afraid at all.
What was Karen's motivation? Did you get a sense
To
of that?
get her side of the story out because she felt like the
right.
mainstream media
Tully's like, let's move this the fuck along, please.
Was making it that she was a cop killer. And she was like, I'm not a cop killer. A fight broke out in that house. And now they're trying to protect Colin, who's the neighborhood bully, who would always start crap with John and would drive really fast in the neighborhood. And John would tell him, don't speed, there's kids playing on the street. And when they would leave town, I guess, I don't have Ring, but I guess with Ring, it senses when there's movement on your property and it alerts your phone. So they would be on vacation and then they would see that Chris, this is what she told me, that Chris Albert and his son Colin would would be on lawn chairs on their grass drinking beers and then leave the beer cans on the lawn. So so that's what she told me. So
And as Aiden was confronting people in public, going to businesses, did you ever talk to her about kind of his conduct out on the rolling rally?
So I wasn't involved anymore at that point. So I pulled out June 15th. So the rolling rally and all that stuff happened after. But when he first started calling people on the shows, she did tell me that made her very uncomfortable. And she was like, gosh, I wish he wouldn't call the family members. But she was like, I can't tell him what to do. And also when he made mistakes in his journalism, she's like, we can't correct him. He's a journalist. He has to come up with his own hypotheses and stuff like that.
Right. Like, that's my argument for Turtle Boy is, would I do the shit that he's been doing? Fuck no. Fuck no. But the thing is, though, is like, the question is it necessary? Considering the circumstances of what's going on with this case, are his tactics and methods necessary to shake things up? Because the only way to get Karen Reed justice is to, if you truly believe that she's innocent, that's the only way. That's the only way anybody's going to take anybody seriously and pay close attention to what's going on, is if you got somebody making waves and making noise, shaking shit up. So, thank you, Luna's mom 24. Were there any audio video interviews done in Karen Reed case? Poke me in the eye. It would be less painful than listening to her or Kate Peters. Yeah. Oh man. I the Kate Peters stuff is something else, man. That's going to be fun to talk about when as that progresses. I don't know as far as audio. I don't know. Luna's mom. I don't know if there were any interviews done in Karen Reed's case involving Karen Reed. I don't know. I have no idea. That's the stuff that would probably come out in trial. But I the only reason I have this is because Turtle Boy had it and he posted it. And so, and I had things to say about it because I was listening to it on his channel going, this lady is something else.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Alan Jackson or David Yannetti?
No, I've only emailed David Yannetti twice. I emailed him the Elizabeth Proctor thing, and then I emailed him the Paul O'Keefe conversation between Aiden and Paul O'Keefe.
What was the purpose of the Paul O'Keefe conversation?
I don't know. She just asked if I could do it. Okay. But she swears that she was framed. And, it happened so organically and naturally. It's like, how could I not believe her? Especially when she would break down and cry. Like when all that rumor came up about the wood floor being dug up in the basement, she felt so grossed out. She said, Natalie, I have to get off the phone and take a hot shower. And then she called me back and she said, I just blasted my music.
It's very fascinating that she's like, as Turtle Boy stated earlier, he was like, this is good for Karen because she's saying that Karen, basically, she's giving the indication that Karen believes that she's innocent. I mean, that's absolutely true. She's not even trying to paint the picture that she believes that Karen Reed is guilty. She's like, she swears that she's innocent and she was crying. But I'm not hearing any point where she's like, well, and then she said this and this and this, and it made me wonder whether or not she was guilty. She's basically being way more truthful than she intends to be here. Because she's basically saying that I'm doing this to get back at Turtle Boy and Karen for ditching me, for taking me out of the loop. Because at no point is she indicating that she believes that Karen Reed is guilty. That's what I find very fascinating. At no point is she indicating this at all. Her agenda seems to be motivated by the fact that there was a documentary that was supposed to be made. That's what she was aiming for. That's what she wanted to be a part of. And then once she was kicked out of the loop, she was salty about it. And that's it. That's all this is coming off as.
I took a hot shower and I just went in the corner and started crying. But she's never cried to me. And I always tell her, like, gosh, you're so strong. Because you know me, I'm a crybaby. And I tell her, like, gosh, you're so strong.
How does he know that? I wonder how Tully knows how well she's a crybaby. Now, maybe I'm overthinking that. That's a possibility. Maybe she just said that because she's so fucking narcissistic that she just assumes that everybody knows and she's important enough for everybody to know who she is and what she's about. Because I've seen that before too. So it's possible that she's going, well, you know me, I'm a crybaby, in the sense that she just assumes that everybody knows who she is and everybody thinks about her. Because this is a very, very common thing. But then again, how well does Tully know that she's a crybaby? Did Tully make her cry and put her in a situation where they're like, we could charge you when things come out. Once we search Karen and Turtle Boy's tech, then we can charge you. Unless you agree to do this interview, and then we'll offer you immunity. Maybe Tully scared the shit out of her.
Wrong, and she's like, I have no other choice. I'm fighting for my life. But I have to say, like, I do miss our friendship. I genuinely
You didn't have
liked
one.
her. Yes, I have not seen her in 20 years. But we had so much fun reminiscing about college. And we would watch this Netflix show together, Tell Me Lies, which is about freshman
Lies?
college year, like love drama. And it reminded us of Bentley College. And so we would watch an episode and then we would like recap and talk about that episode and like be like, oh my God, can't wait for the next episode to come on. Stuff like that. So it wasn't just always about her case. And, you know, there was a friendship there. And that's, I think, what hurt me. Here's what I found. That's what hurt me when she didn't give me a chance to explain my innocent inquiry about the documentary. Another thing is in the very beginning, I told her that when you Google, this is before Aiden, this is 2022. When you Google Karen Reed, nothing came up. And I told her, you need to tell the news outlets that when they post their articles, you can choose like 10 hashtags. It might be more, but you can choose 10 hashtags. Tell them to use Karen Reed as a hashtag so that when we Google your name, it comes up. Another thing I noticed is they kept referring to her as the ex-girlfriend. And I said, you need to let the news outlets know not to call you the ex-girlfriend because you weren't. And she was like, oh my God, Nat, why am I spending $3,000 a month on a PR person? You should just do my PR. You're so good at this stuff. You know this, like, on your own. I'm going to let go of my PR person. So from that point, I kind of looked at my role as her PR person, weirdly enough. And so I think that when Aiden told me about the documentary,
I mean, it's just so silly. This, like, I'm not believing a fucking thing this woman says because the beginning of this is that she signed an immunity agreement, and I'm not hearing any indication of any laws being broken. Nothing. It's this is bizarre and insane. This is just trash. This is daytime television bullshit that she's spewing out. Nothing. It's a fucking joke. Oh, Luna's mom gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Let's go through them. Stifler's mom got a gifted a membership. So did Ann B, Jennifer H, Olivia Nile, Cheryl Moshek Breen, Cheerinator, Laura Simmons, Stacy Q, Yikes 1980, The Boxer Brief. I love it. I think it's it. Congrats, guys. Thank you so much, Luna's mom. You are the MVP. Yeah, this is so bizarre what this lady's doing.
guy, I kind of wanted to protect her and protect him and make sure that this was legit.
Nelson, any questions?
Did Aiden ever, obviously after you gained his trust, did he ever have you email anybody that we haven't brought up yet?
No. No.
That's
Like email, like
just any documents, anything, or contact somebody on his behalf.
Oh, like so he would get emails from like people saying like, oh, rumor has it that X, Y, and Z, and then he would say, "Can you send this to Karen and tell me if this is true?"
Okay.
And then Karen would say, "This is not true." Like that Brian Higgins, not Brian.
Translation. Can you get Karen to verify this information, whether it's accurate or not? You know, like somebody engaging in journalistic integrity and vetting their source, like vetting the information coming from their source. Can you verify? I mean, well, it sounds like what a journalist would do to me. I mean, bizarre, man.
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert video with the foot.
Right.
And Karen said, unequivocally, or however you say it in English, that's not Brian Albert. He
What's up,
always
Mike?
wears a skull cap type of thing.
Anybody else that comes to mind?
Amy Ashley Bell sent Aiden a text with pictures of Yuri on her Ring camera. And then Aiden sent me a screenshot where he sent that to Yannetti, and I sent that to you.
Mm-hmm.
So stuff like that. And Aiden would send me stuff to kind of keep me in the loop, you know, but then by May, I was kind of pushed away, and I kind of sensed like, okay, they're now in touch. They don't need me anymore.
Did Karen ever send you grand jury minutes or motions to send to Aiden?
Only if they were already public. She was very careful about that. She was very, very careful. And she would always say, let me double check.
Dude, I don't even know, man. Like, I don't know what happened there, but like, it's like, and I'm sure like Aiden can relate to this because it happens to me. I limit who I talk to behind the scenes so much. And a lot of it is because like, I've come across crazy so many fucking times, dude, where like, I have to continue contact with them because I'm afraid of them. I could smell them snapping on me, losing their shit because like I've realized I don't want to talk to this person anymore. They're giving me fucking red flags and they're acting crazy. And then I'm like, you know what? Like, and I want to just ease out of that shit. But you just to not piss them off, you maintain some sort of contact with them, you know? And I'm so sick and fucking tired of that. I'm sick and tired of that uncomfortable feeling where I just very, very limit. I limit my personal communications with people behind the scenes so much. And a lot of that, so much of that has to do with fear of somebody just being crazy, being fucking crazy. And I've learned that they know how to act not crazy until they just can't. It's like they fill up with the act of being not crazy that they just explode at some point. Like it just boils over, the crazy, where it's like, oh shit, where did the fuck did that come from? You know, now I'm just like, if I even have the slightest gut feeling, dude, nope. And at this point, everybody gives me that fucking gut feeling. Like everybody. That's why I'm very, very careful about who I talk to behind the scenes. Very careful. Because I just don't need that shit. I don't need that fucking drama, dude. Like, it's really, really, like, exhausting. It's fucking exhausting. Because then you find yourself worried about somebody's fucking feelings because they're, like, forcing you to worry about their feelings because of how crazy they are. And I don't give a fuck about your feelings because I don't know you. You know what I mean? I'm sorry to make it sound like that, but it's the truth. I don't fucking know you. And then now you've obligated me and put me in this very awkward position to where now I got to fucking worry about your feelings. And that's a shitty position to put somebody in because I'm not sitting here making you worry about my feelings. I'm not like I'm here to fucking just entertain you. And you know, that's it. I have very limited things to offer you. But I want those things at that limit, you know, that's it. I don't want you to worry about me. You know what I'm saying? So why are you putting me in a fucking awkward, fucked up, manipulated position to where I got to worry about you? You know what I mean? I'm sorry if that makes me sound like an asshole, but that's how I am, dude. I've been on this platform for like 5 years and then it just always fucking happens. And now I'm just like, dude, none of that. I can't.
Check with Yannetti to make sure they're public, but never beforehand. She was very careful about that. And the only time I think she fucked up, that she messed up, was releasing the color autopsy photos. And for some reason,
I got to give an example. Like, this is like, take what happened to fucking Rackets, dude. Nick Rekieta, right? What happened to him recently? Like, the dude, there was somebody, I guess, on Kiwi Farms, and he would talk to you behind the scenes, and it was just because he was grateful because the guy was a supporter, you know, and he was a member, so he paid a monthly membership or whatever. But the guy started to like reach out to him and start talking to him about his mental health and blah, blah, blah. And then at one point, like, Rackets had to like practically talk him off a ledge, you know, like metaphorically speaking, but literally speaking in the sense that the guy was talking about suicide, right? Now, I've had this happen before, and I've had people go, you're a fucking asshole. And I'm the guy that, like, when you do that shit, you show up in my chat and you're like, I'm going to kill myself. I'm having suicide. I'm going to call you out and be like, listen. And then Cherry is going to drop a link to a hotline, and you get to talk to somebody who's trained in dealing with that because I'm not qualified to. I will not do that. I will not be like, hey, listen, what's your problem? What's going on? I'm not interested in looking good to my audience as somebody who is willing to listen to somebody in crisis, because I'm not trained to do that. If somebody's in crisis, they need to talk to a professional. They need to talk to somebody who's a professional, not me. I'm not a professional. So but he had a heart and he talked to the guy behind the scenes, and then apparently the guy turned on him. And then what happened was Nick Rekieta was upset. He felt betrayed by this, but he happened to have been doing a live where he was drinking really heavily and he was totally smashed hammered. And And he just went off, and he had this really massive display of over honesty about the situation, and then everybody shit all over him for it. Everybody shit all over Nick Rekieta over this, and I'm sitting here thinking, like, I mean, that's how anybody feels. Anybody who sits there and they're talking like, you know, like that's how anybody feels. Like, I took the time, and I'm gonna talk to you, you know, and you're just gonna be a piece of shit and show me that you were just doing it for what? Attention? He sat there on the phone with this guy while this guy was like, I'm gonna kill myself, and Nick Rekieta's like, well, do me a favor and just stay on the phone with me, but take your ass to a hospital and tell them that you're in crisis, and they'll take care of you, and I'll stay on the phone with you while you go do that. Which he didn't have to do. Again, I would have been like, here's a number to a crisis hotline, and they're trained to deal with this stuff, and I'm sorry, and I wish you the best, and I'm sorry, but I can't help you. I'm not qualified to help you. And I've done this before, and people have gotten really mad at me. How dare you, Claire? Blah, blah, blah. Why? You want me to do what? Put out a fucking act here for you guys that I'm this fucking, you know, I'm gonna use the drama of that for views? No, this is a guy with a serious problem that I'm not qualified to address. And I want that person to get help. So, and so now everybody's like, because he happened to have been drunk, and I've never seen Nick Rekieta do a live stream where he wasn't drinking, you know, but now all of a sudden it's a problem because of the whole crisis thing, because everybody has to have an opinion on these things on social media in order to be relevant. In order to feel relevant, they have to have these strong opinions on mental health and things of that nature, which they know nothing fucking about. But everybody has to be an expert on it in social media and express their opinions, and everybody, por supuesto, needs to be heard on it, right? But I don't. I have my own mental health issues that I deal with, and they're nobody else's problem but mine. So it's just fascinating to me that I mean, these people like Natalie here needs to have this thing on social media to validate herself, to feel validated and to feel a part of something. And I if you think this way, there's something fucking wrong with you. You're missing something from your life. You have to be, you know? Like, it doesn't mean that you can't enjoy social media. I do. You know what I mean? I benefit from it, sure. But at the same time, it's like, it's not to a point to where, like, I feel like I need it, you know, to feel relevant in someone's life. You know? Like, and that's all this is about. So far, she hasn't stated a goddamn thing as far as, like, the purpose of why Tully would even be interested in interviewing her, much less fly literally across from one side of the country to the other to interview her. Totally. I mean, no, beyond being abroad, he couldn't get further out of his jurisdiction. Short of going abroad, he couldn't be further out of his own jurisdiction. To go interview her to get what? To get this spewing of nonsense, of saltiness, and to give immunity for what? Immunity from what? For being a middleman between him and a source until they realized they didn't need her anymore? Fascinating. Just fucking fascinating.
I thought I sent those to Aiden, but when I looked through my text messages with him, I sat down on Friday in my car and I was like, you know what? I'm going to finally revisit this. And I scrolled all the way up to the top And I got a Jamba Juice. I sat in my car and I read everything. And when I was done, I was like, thank you, Jesus. I did not send the autopsy photos. I thought that maybe I sent those, but that's because I had them saved. But I think John Silvera, because
Wow.
he's on some of the emails with me.
That's amazing that they actually took autopsy photos. That's fucking amazing to me.
I was only sent like 3 emails, or 4 emails, and he was on like 1 or 2 of them. And I know that they're very close, and I know that he was her biggest donor because he donated $15K. So I
That's
know
what I'm
that,
saying.
and then she
like,
also said to me sometimes,
this whole thing is a fucking joke, dude. Like, how many useful idiots does the Commonwealth need for a cover-up? Well, how many useless idiots does the Commonwealth need for a cover-up? I mean, because this is absolutely a useless idiot. Literally nothing that she's done couldn't have been done eventually by Turtle Boy himself. Literally nothing that she's done so far that she's explained is anything that Turtle Boy couldn't have accomplished on his own. And now, literally nothing that she's saying here helps the Commonwealth's case against either Turtle Boy and or Karen Reed. Neither one. Like, this doesn't, what does this do? What the fuck does this do? What is this supposed to accomplish exactly? She's going to take the stand and just make the trial last longer? Because that's it. That's what it does. It puts time on the clock at the trial. I mean, there's no clock, but I'm saying it's just more fucking, it's more money being spent by taxpayers. That's it. She's going to sit on the fucking stand at a trial and present this. Yannetti or Jackson are going to ask like 3 questions and be like, no further questions, Your Honor. Like, it's going to take nothing to prove that she is completely and totally fucking useless and has absolutely no useful information and nothing useful to contribute to any of this.
Natalie, if this is too much for you, I can have John S. take over. You know, if you need a break. And I was like, no, this is what friends are for. Don't sweat it. It's not a big deal. I'm just copy and pasting. The kids are asleep. You know, like, and that was pretty much it. And that was pretty much my involvement. And then stupid me, I got involved with Sean on the golf. And then also with Scanlon, the reason why you're going to get all these screenshots is Karen and I went on Scanlon's Facebook page before Aiden. Okay, so we went on Scanlon's Facebook page and we did screenshots of every single photo he had and kept them because we knew that Karen was going to have Erica Davis go on the chat of Aiden's YouTube channel. And
thank you, Luna's mom. Tully looks like a fool. Read on X earlier today. Waterboarding has nothing on. Thank you, Luna's mom. I appreciate it.
And just write, who's Steven Scanlon? And that's why when you see, if you've seen the Scanlon tape, how my name pops up, it's because Aiden texts me something like, who wrote Steven Scanlon on my text? And then I said, Erica Davis. And then it was because Karen told me, hey,
you have
can
to
you
wonder,
text Erica Davis? And
like you have to wonder. It's just the first thing all of us thought when we read in one of the motions that Tully traveled all the way to California to interview her. I mean, in that ridiculous motion, I think it was the one against Bradle, accusing Bradle of of a crime. I think it was that one where all of us were like, well, why would he fly all the way? Why would Tully fly all the way to fucking California to interview her? Why wouldn't he just Zoom? I mean, FaceTime, what the fuck ever? Who's paying for that? Who's paying for that?
And tell her to just write who is Stephen Scanlon, because she wanted to stir the pot. And then Aiden called Stephen and
Did somebody delete this?
Aiden was like,
Did somebody delete this comment? Because I'm going to address it. Conspiracy Buster, stop interrupting her. Does the truth bother you? I'm trying to. I'm trying to get. I'm waiting for her to say anything that's relevant to anything. I'm waiting for her to say something that's actually damning. Even the lies that she's telling, according to Turtle Boy, the stuff that he's saying, that's not true. That's not true. None of this shit is relevant to tying a crime to Turtle Boy and Karen Reed. She didn't say anything about witness tampering. She didn't say anything about as a matter of fact, at one point, I think she said that Karen Reed was even like, oh, his tactics are too much. She's basically a witness for the defense. Like, so Conspiracy Buster, I'm trying to get to it. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for her to say something and the slightest bit that's damning. And if you have a timestamp for something that's damning, I'd love to go over it. I would love to go over it. But I'm not hearing a fucking thing that is relevant to Turtle Boy and Karen Reed committing a crime by colluding with each other in some way, shape, or form. I'm not hearing it. This was supposed to be the big bomb. When we saw this motion against Bradle, this was supposed to be the big bomb that Ken Mello had. Boom. Brian Tully traveled all the way to California and interviewed this witness. This tie between Karen Reed and Turtle Boy, and she hasn't said a fucking thing that implicates Turtle Boy and or Karen in a crime. It's like, so no, the truth doesn't bother me at all. I love the truth. This is very telling. The truth that I'm seeing from this video is that this woman is just simply bitter and is talking to Tully as some sort of revenge. But all she's doing is being a Karen and whining and bitching about their personal relationship. At no point is she saying that anything nefarious took place, nothing sinister, no plot, no conspiracy, nothing. So stupid.
oh my gosh, look what I have. And he set it as a private link. So you could only watch that. You couldn't go on his page and find it. It was a very private link.
So run that through me again, how Aiden became aware of Scanlon. It was the first time that he heard of it was on the comments on the YouTube Live?
No, Karen told us that that's how she put the story together, because that morning she was so confused and so hungover.
Yeah, but how'd she get it? How'd she get who Scanlon was?
Because he went to Yannetti's office. And Scanlon said, like, this there's something wrong.
How is that any different than what Yannetti told the press on the steps of the courthouse? That's totally what Yannetti said, if I remember correctly. Could be wrong. Like, what is? How's that different? How is that in any way damning? Yannetti or Scanlon showed up to Yannetti's office and said, "Hey, Karen Reed didn't hit anybody with her car. There was a fight that broke out in the house." Okay. Right. Yeah, we already knew this. So, big fat nothing burger there for Tully and his partner.
Nothing wrong with the story. They were beat up in the house. Somebody told me that he was beat up in the house.
But then Karen, knowing to put the out on social media, she directed you or to ask who is the Scanlon.
See, now they're leading her questions.
Why would Karen want to scare Scanlon?
Hopefully have him talk. I don't know.
And what was the why beforehand capture all his pictures?
Because Karen did that, especially with like, that's how she was able to get all the pictures of the Alberts and the McCabe's and all those kids, and show that Proctor's mom wrote to Chris Albert, "You guys are my second family."
Right.
So Karen is heavily on Facebook and studies Facebook like no other. And so that was like a very big tool for her to realize that these folks really do know each other.
But it seems like Scanlon was important to her. So, but capturing Facebook pictures she could use against him?
I don't know.
No? Okay.
We just did it. There was no rhyme or reason, or like, it was like, let's just get all his pictures, as many as we can, before he locks his page or before he deletes it. Because I guess that's what happened with McCabe and Proctor, is they ended up like locking their pages or limiting it, and not making it a public page.
You had mentioned to me before that maybe Aiden had met for lunch with Jackson and Yannetti.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
So Aiden really wanted to sit in the court, and he really wanted to be in the courthouse. And this was another time Karen snapped at me, and I told her, I said, Aiden wants to sit wants to sit in the courthouse. And she's like, Natalie, I can't be bothered with this. I have bigger fish to fry. I have the attorneys here all week. Like, leave me alone about this. And I said, Karen, he's done so much for you. Like, just get him proper seating in the courthouse. Like, we owe this to him. You owe this to him. And she goes, fine, have him call John Silvera, and he can go in with John Silvera. And that was another thing that I used against Aiden, was I said, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gone into the courthouse. So then Karen told me that after the May 3rd court hearing that they were
like, again, man, I don't see how that's incriminating. I could see Karen being like, well, I've got way too much going on. I've got attorneys that I'm paying through the nose for that are trying to prove that there is a corrupt system framing me for a murder that I did not commit. Like, the fuck do I give a fuck about Turtle Boy seating right now? Like, I don't blame her for that, And I get what she's saying too. Well, look at what Turtle Boy's done for you, but at the same time, overstepping boundaries. If I'm in her position and Karen Reed says that, I'm like, okay, you're right, and I'd go right back to Turtle Boy and be like, hey man, listen, she's fucking freaking out right now. She doesn't have, she can't think about that shit right now. I'm sorry, like if that's my friend, that's how I would handle that. But again, she's telling us what's important to her. She wants Turtle Boy to have as much access to Karen Reed as possible because she is counting on Turtle Boy to give her the clout that she's looking for. She is planning on riding the turtle shell all the way in front of a camera. And that's why it was important for her to push Aiden's seating in the courthouse. Not for any other reason. If she was concerned about her friend, she would have just been like, dude, like, hey, Turtle Boy, man, listen, I brought it up, but I mean, that's my friend. And she says she doesn't want to think about it. She doesn't want to think about it. You know, maybe I'll bring it up again.
They were going to all convene at the Omni Seaport and to tell Aiden. And so I told Aiden, and Aiden's like, I feel out of place.
Totally.
I don't feel right. I don't fit in. I said, Aiden, play your cards right. Alan Jackson's going to be there. Like, this is how you move up in life. You know, you schmooze with the right people. You socialize with the right people. And that's how you climb up this ladder, you know? Because he was on his way home.
So Aiden, the grifter that he is, right? According to his haters, the grifter that he is, the clout chasing madman who will do anything and step on anyone to get the story and even embellish shit, lie, do whatever he has to get the story out. According to this person who's a witness for the prosecution, who's a witness for Ken Mello, is stating that Turtle Boy actually felt uncomfortable and was reluctant to actually meet with Yannetti and Jackson. This very overly ambitious and egotistical madman who will do whatever it takes and step on anyone he has to get the exclusive is weary about meeting with the horse's mouth itself, being Karen Reed's defense team. Because that adds up, right? And this is coming from her. She's saying it right here. He didn't feel comfortable. And I pushed him. I said, this is how you get out there. This is how you get documentaries. This is how you get fame. You schmooze with the right people. You meet people. You mingle. You schmooze with the right people. So, according to her herself, it was her who had the motivation, more than Turtle Boy, to gain popularity, to gain clout. He's reluctant. She's going, don't be reluctant. This is how you get things done. Get in there. Sit down with them. Not, hey, slow your roll, ambitious, investigative, independent journalist. Slow your roll. That's not what she's doing. She's doing the exact opposite because his roll was already slow.
Home, and he didn't want to go. He was too shy. And I said,
shy.
Aiden, pull over. And so he's like, well, there's two Omni Seaports. I don't know which one it is. So I remember I was standing in the middle of the factory and I call the Omni Seaports and I figure it out or whatever. I call both of them and I asked if there was a party under Jackson, under Reed, under Yannetti. None of them could tell me. And then in the meantime, Aiden's like, I figured out which one they're at. Okay, I'm on my way. And then he thanked me and he's like, thank you so much for pushing me. I had a great time. And Jackson is like such a cool guy. And Karen's parents are so cool. And Karen is just like the nicest down to earth person. And I was like, see, you just have to have a little bit of confidence, The only thing he didn't listen to me is I told him, I said,
she's a life
when you
coach.
go to court,
I love
you
it.
can't go like cartoon character with turtle tie and lime green shirt. Like maybe go in neutral colors and maybe put some moisturizer on and but he didn't listen to me. He went on that court hearing. He went with the whole get up, the sign that the
Put some moisturizer on. Surprised you didn't tell him to put on fucking eyeliner. It'll bring out your eyes more. Go out there. Come on, dude.
the tie and the lime green shirt and a black jacket or something like that. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it.
Okay. Earlier, did you ever mention, did you ever donate to Karen Reed or to
I did. I did.
How much is that?
I donated $1,000 to Karen.
Okay.
And then I donated another time of $50 to Karen. And to Aiden, I donated $300. I know. I should have donated it to like babies with AIDS or I know. I'm an idiot. I feel fooled. I feel duped. I feel like I'm embarrassed. It's an egg in my face. As you guys know, my parents and my husband have been very against my involvement since day one, especially my husband. When they saw that I donated money to her defense fund, the shit really hit the fan. But I'm not perfect and I don't claim to be, and it is what it is. And the only thing I can do is learn from it and move forward and do what I think is right. And I can't beat myself up about it, and I can't be scared anymore.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. All right, we'll end the recording at 1:50.
I mean, in case you guys were wondering, man, in case you guys wanted to donate to babies with AIDS, there's a link in chat to where you can do that now. Because I'd hate for all you guys to be in this chat and feel like a bunch of pieces of shit who, donated to try to help an innocent woman, So you have the option. If you feel like a piece of shit for donating to an innocent woman's defense fund, please donate to the babies with AIDS. It's in the chat. And I'm not joking. Donate to babies with AIDS. All I know, man, is because I love how they asked her that. Did you ever donate money? That's a question that if I was Jackson or Yannetti and I had her on the stand, that's a question I would ask. That's what I think is fucking hilarious. That Tully felt the need to ask her that. Did you ever donate to Karen or Turtle Boy's defense fund? Right? Because right there, I would be like, okay, well, aren't you mad now that you did? I mean, let me get this straight, Natalie. So you did all this work to connect Turtle Boy and Karen Reed together, and you supported them, right? Safe to say you supported them. Did you support them financially in any way? Did you give them money? So you supported them in every possible way, correct? And then she says, well, yeah. Okay. So it's fair to say that you were angry when they decided to cut you off. All of a sudden, this person who was supporting them in every possible way, all of a sudden is kicked out of the loop. You're no longer in the loop. Wouldn't you say that angered you? Yes. Okay. So it's just a coincidence all of a sudden that you get offered immunity to give a statement to Tully, who traveled all the way across the country because he found your testimony. He found your account of this entire situation that valuable that he would travel all the way across the country to interview you and get your statement. Thank you so much, Diana D. Really, Tully, where's the Ford Edge? Agree. Where is the Ford Edge?
So he travels all the way to get your testimony, to get your statement, because it's that important. And so now you've got you're angry. We know that you're angry, and we know that you were offered immunity. Right after you were angry and displayed your anger through via text message after text message. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't know each other. If it wasn't for me, this and that. If it wasn't for me, this and that. And the entire time you're talking about a documentary that you supposedly don't care about, but I'd say 90% of the interview that we just listened to was you caring about a documentary. Isn't that safe to say? You had all of this information on how to get a documentary made. You were the one who suggested that Turtle Boy dress a certain way and watch his mouth on his live streams, and he didn't listen to you. This angered you as well, did it not? Yes. Okay. And then once they decided that you were no longer useful, or realized that you never actually were, isn't it fair to say that this led to you conducting this interview or engaging in this interview with Brian Tully, who traveled all the way across the country to a place where he has no jurisdiction? So it's safe to say that your motivation was because you were angry. I mean, it's not a difficult thing to prove. It's very, very easy. It's very simple to just prove that this woman's motivation is driven by anger. It's fascinating. This is the most fascinating social event that I've ever been involved in. And I say event because there's a social, if I were an outsider, it would be a social experiment. It would be a social observation. PTSD healer, thank you. All the way to find out that you should moisturize before court and wear neutral colors. Right, exactly. I mean, here's to Jamba Juice and AIDS babies. Thank you, Wrestler's Mom. I mean, let's get real here. There's nothing damning about this at all. She is not a credible witness in the slightest bit. She was basically blackmailed to give that statement, which had nothing incriminating at all. She didn't even incriminate herself, other than making it look like she was pissed off for giving the interview. She was pissed off about being excluded. So that was her motivation for giving this interview. That is literally the only incriminating thing. She is incriminated for her motivation for giving the interview. Nothing else is incriminating. Nothing incriminating towards Karen, nothing incriminating towards Turtle Boy. The Hurt Feelings Club. Exactly. I mean, and I mean, all it does is just prove everything. Like, here is Ken Mello's best witness against Turtle Boy and Karen Reed, right? Here is Ken Mello's best witness against Turtle Boy, because he's trying to prove that Karen Reed set him up, like made him go and intimidate witnesses, right? That she's the puppeteer behind Turtle Boy's actions as to why he has been charged with the things that he was charged with.
that Garrett Reed is the puppeteer in all this, right? But nothing happened. This is his star witness. This is who he states to the court is his big reveal. And here, this is what we're seeing is going to be exactly what she testifies to on the stand. How effective is that going to be on the stand? That's the whole point. Nothing fucking matters other than how effective that statement is going to be on the stand. Forget all of whether Turtle Boy is admitting or denying certain things that she said. It doesn't matter. She addressed nothing that could incriminate Turtle Boy or Karen Reed for that matter. And that's Mello's star witness in all of this because he stated so. Tully traveled all the way to California to interview this witness, Natalie, blah, blah, blah. And she stated this. And we were like, well, we've got to see this interview. Here we are listening to it now, and we're like, what? What's happening with this interview? Because I love it. They're like, well, at no point was that edited. You hear the beginning of the interview and you hear the end of the interview. He marks it. Tully says at the beginning of the interview, well, you know that by giving what you're saying here, you're getting in exchange a letter of immunity. As long as you tell the truth here. And then at the end of it, he says, ending the recording and ending this interview. Here's the time. Here's the date. Beginning to end. Beginning to end. And there was fucking nothing. So again, this is another couple of feet. If Mello is digging a 6-foot grave, like this is foot 5. Scott McGinnis, thank you. Don't be a Natalie, except dust your plants. Bro, Ken Mello, dude, I'm trying to tell you, bro. Ken Mello, dude, your career is fucking on fire right now. And I don't mean in a good way. Like, it's like a burning house. It is a house on fire right now, your career. Like, and I'm just some asshole on YouTube and I can see this. How in the fuck are you going to justify to a jury that you had your lead investigator travel all the way to California to get that? And you plan on presenting that to a jury and having this woman testify to what? Yeah, I just don't like. The only reason that I am entertaining the possibility that this is going to go to trial is because nothing surprises me at this point. Well, nothing shocks me anyway. Well, all right, no. I had it right the first time. Nothing surprises me. I am used to being shocked at this point. Is the best way to put it. Nothing surprises me at this point. I am so used to being shocked. I am shocked left and right. Every time something happens in this case, there's a new thing that's shocked, but the surprise element is gone. I'm just expecting to be shocked at this point. So I'm not going to be surprised when this goes to trial, if this goes to trial. I won't be surprised. Because who knows what the fuck, Auntie Bev is thinking here, man? Who the fuck can make any sense of her decision making throughout the beginning of this case? Since the beginning of this case, I should say. Who can make out what the fuck she's doing? Nobody can put any fucking rhyme or reason to it. So I'm just not going to be surprised if this goes to trial. Because there's no logical reason why it should. There's literally no logical reason why it should. So it makes perfect sense to be like, this isn't going to trial. Everybody's saying this is not going to trial. There's no fucking way this is going to trial. It makes perfect sense to come to that conclusion. Any educated person is going to say that. This isn't going to trial. Fuck no. But the thing is anybody following this case should not be surprised if this goes to trial at this point. I still have coffee, so that's the only reason I'm still live right now. I mean, that's the thing is this is it's a town where a lot of people know each other. I'm not totally, you know what I mean? But like again, that stuff doesn't surprise me. On top of it, like even if it's dirty, it's just like, dude, fucking Chris Albert is on the select board. It's naive to think that he doesn't have influence through channels. Through channels in that courthouse. It is naive to think that Chris Albert does not have influence via channels into that courthouse and into that case. It's just naive to think that. Good night, Nancy Usher. Man, you guys have been hanging out for a while, man. Clover's passed out. I guess I should probably call it a night. Amber Heard can play LG. I mean, it wouldn't be much of a stretch for her, would it? Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna still I gotta reach out to Hannibal and Monty because I still want to do that stream with them. And I also I know someone reached out to me. Mike reached out to me. I don't know if that's happening still or not, but Mike from Young Jerks reached out to me and said he wanted to set something up and do something on his channel, which I'm down for. But yeah. So we'll see how this plays out. But yeah, I'll try to be as active on here as I can this week. And we'll have some discussions and whatnot. But yeah, I enjoyed talking about this with you guys, man. And a big shout out to Turtle Boy for being in chat and adding some perspective on this stuff. And yeah, man. And Olivia for being here and all you guys. And yes, I'm active on Twitter again. because that was such a long time out. I don't know what I'll ever do without Twitter. Oh my God, dude. These people kill me. Thanks, Scott McGinnis. Thanks for being here as always. Thank you guys for subscribing. Thank you guys for hitting the like. Thank you guys for all your support. I love you guys very, very, very much. And we will do this again. LJ, no, not tonight. It's been 4.5 hours. So I am signing off. We will do this again very soon, my friends.